say that that language is definitely not productive for sure. Here's my question though: at what point does the president have, I guess, the ability or the power to, for example, bring order when there is quote unquote insurrection? And then my next question would be like, who gets to define that? Is that something he gets to define, or is that something that like is that Congress that gets to define that?
I think you would have to talk to somebody a little bit more educated than me on constitutional law to be able to tell you who gets to define what an insurrection is. I would assume, right, that, because this is, in reference to the Constitution, that ultimately an insurrection is going to be defined by SCOTUS, but I'm not confident in my answer to your question. But what I will say is I feel like Trump thinks that he gets to define it. And if he didn't define January 6th as an insurrection, then what do we see in America today that could possibly meet the standard or meet a standard to be defined as an insurrection that January 6th failed to?
No, that's a fair question. I also am curious, like, constitutionally, what powers does the president have in terms to? And this is just me again, bro. I'm open minded to it. Like, as of recently, I haven't been too keen with Trump, and it's mostly been because of, well, one, I feel like there's just a lot of disorganization, and I also haven't seen the fruit of a lot of the things that I did vote for, especially like personally and economically, feeling a little bit more of a pinch than I expected for sure.
Yeah, he's pinching half of America, man. He's refused and failed to find a way to allow food stamps to continue running for 41 million Americans just because he wants to blame it on the Democrats, make them look bad. He values owning the libs more than he values keeping Americans fed. Oh, and then the response from MAGA has just been terrible. I mean, instead of saying, I'm going to criticize Trump for this, okay, people need to eat, the widespread response has been instead, well, I actually really disagree with food stamps. And, if you're a single mother of four working a full-time job and you can't make ends meet, therefore you qualify for SNAP-based assistance, then you're just a lazy sack of shit that doesn't deserve it. I mean, I think that Donald Trump is sending us down a terrible path, and, everything that I just said and more is maybe, 0.5% of why.
Yeah, I also I have a struggle thinking that Kamala would have been any stronger as a leader. Like, I still feel like no matter what, I would have been the same level of pissed off. And
Why?
that's
What would she have been doing right now? What policy did she run on? What policy did she promise to enforce, right, that would have made you just as pissed off as Donald Trump parading around as a dictator or taking food away from 41 million Americans?
Yeah, so I mean, obviously I would say that in principle and philosophy, I tend to definitely lean conservative. So there's an ideological difference.
Well, can you
But I
describe
also
it?
see
Could you clearly describe it? Okay. Regardless if it's
yeah,
either the
yeah.
policy that she ran on that would be implemented right now that'd piss you off, or even like her ideologies that would piss you off. I just want a very clear description of what she would be doing or how she would be thinking right now that once again would make you just as mad at her as you are mad at the guy parading to be a dictator, taking food away from 42 million Americans, healthcare away from 10 million Americans
Yeah.
through the big beautiful bill, so on and so forth. Okay, what is it? Be
Yeah.
specific, please.
Yeah, for sure. So I would say that her policies were definitely a little bit more uh, leftist in the way of like universal health care, or like, for example, so like with Trump taking it all away, people are going to suffer. But I also think that, for example, if you open the border up completely, like
Noah, no,
something like
you're
that,
just
for
not
example,
answering my question. Do I need to make my question more clear?
no, I'm just trying to get there.
Yeah,
I'm
just
trying to like
okay.
outwardly
I'll stop.
process.
I'll stop interrupting you. I'll let you get there. But please make sure the point that you're reaching to is, well, what specific policy did she run on that would piss you off just as much as anything Trump is doing today?
Yeah. So I look at more leftist policy, which would be something like, for example, universal health care, something where you're taking care of the more unfortunate in the country, right? But that still costs money. So it's not necessarily an exact policy, but it's the fiscal principles that the Democratic Party tends to have. So, like, on one end, economically, if you go all the way to like a communist or like socialist kind of idea of running an economy. People are going to suffer because an economy can't support everything being free. And if you go on Trump's side and you swing the pendulum to the other side, then you're going to have a bunch of people who don't have food stamps. And so it would be a completely different problem altogether. But I still feel like we would experience a pinch because, I mean, like we're in debt big time. Okay. And it just seems like no matter which way we turn, we can't solve this debt problem without people suffering. And so I'm honestly in a point where I'm kind of hopeless. It's like, what can a leader, yeah, for sure. What can a leader do in order to actually solve the problem?
So I asked you the question, what policy did Kamala Harris run on that would piss you off just as much as what Trump is doing today with a plain dictator taking food away from 41 million people, healthcare away from 10 million people, and you said universal healthcare. Okay? Point number one, saying that universal healthcare, which is a tool of benevolence that extends lifespans. Just look at any other developed country in the world compared to us. Look at their healthcare systems, look at their lifespans, and then look at ours. Okay, is as bad as fascism or the rise of a dictator in a representative democracy is insane. Point number two, you said, well, it'd be fiscally super duper expensive. Okay, the projection for the cost of universal healthcare over the course of the next 10 years, I think, is a little bit like over $2 trillion. You could correct me if I'm wrong. That's less than the cost of Donald Trump's big, beautiful bill that he signed into law in July. And point number three, and this is the big point, this is the one I really want you to hone in on, probably the most important out of anything I've said so far in response to your comment, is that Kamala Harris didn't run on universal health care. So that wasn't even an answer to the question, because you said that if Kamala Harris was president today, you'd be just as mad at her as you are mad at Trump doing all of these terrible things. I'm like, what policy? You're like, universal health care. She didn't run on that. That wasn't one of her policies, unfortunately. So please try again.
Okay, no, I'd say that's a fair point. I mean, I think that there's definitely an aspect of bias there for sure in assuming. And so I would definitely concede to that. So let me ask you this. So you obviously know more than I do.
Before we move on, I haven't gotten clarity on your first comment yet, and I want to understand it. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I genuinely want to understand it. You said that if Kamala Harris was president, you'd be just as pissed off at her today as you are at Trump, the guy that's trying to, playing dictator, so on and so forth. I won't repeat it for the 50th. Yeah. All right, you get it. So what policy did she run on that would have pissed you off just as much?
I think what I'm saying is I'm assuming something that potentially is not true. Again, I'm very open-minded to the conversation.
You are, and I'm happy that we could agree on that. Okay, that's a great. The fact that you can recognize that is awesome, and I'm really proud of you. Because listen, okay, they spent billions and billions of dollars, okay, on advertising before the 2024 election to convince you of lies, okay? And that is what the machine does, okay? Donald Trump has ushered in a new wave of American politics within the GOP that doesn't hinge on trying to tell Americans the truth or to be transparent, but rather hinges on trying to get what they want from the American people by lying straight to their damn faces, okay? The right did this before the election with Kamala Harris. They're doing it right now with Zohran Mamdani in New York City, saying that he wants an Islamic state with Sharia law, and that he is 9/11 2.0 simply because he's Muslim. And we see the GOP doing this with a government shutdown, blaming it on the Democrats, even though the Republicans control the White House, the Supreme Court, both chambers of Congress, the Senate and the House of Representatives. And then they're blaming it on the Democrats with no reason at all, and saying that the Democrats are forcing the shutdown so they could give quote-unquote illegal aliens health care, even though the Personal Work Order and Responsibility Act of 1997 strictly prevents any and all federal welfare benefits that are non-emergency from being given to undocumented immigrants on the basis they're not a legal resident nor citizen. And, right, it is this propaganda that you've fallen for in assuming that if Kamala Harris, the lady that ran on tax cuts for the low and the middle class, the lady that ran on more fiscally conservative policy than Trump because Trump's is more expensive, the lady that ran on fairness and equality for all, the lady that ran on increasing the child tax credit that would have reduced childhood poverty by over 40%, the lady that ran on ensuring that regardless if you're gay or straight, you're not going to lose your right to marriage, and if you're a woman, you're going to have access to health care, unlike SCOTUS now apparently challenging gay marriage on November 7th, is somehow worse than the guy parading around as a wannabe dictator, taking healthcare away from 41 million low-income Americans that are disproportionately Republican, by the way. Sorry, not healthcare, food stamps. And then taking healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans through the big, beautiful bill. And I think that you're going to have to come to terms with the fact that you've been propagandized. You're a victim of the machine that has fooled you, and you've been conned by a 34-count felon adjudicated rapist. And this will go down as a stain on American history in the long term, and that you can now reflect on that, come to the right side of history before it's over, so you're not embarrassed to talk about your role in this stain 30 years from now to your grandchildren.
Man, you're really well spoken, bro. I'm not gonna lie. I don't really know. Like, I just kind of found this stream, and it's like something that's really intrigued me. So, yeah, bro, I have to look up more of your stuff. Okay, so let me ask you this, Dean. If someone were to run as president, like say, this next cycle that comes up, what would be the policy that you would look to fiscally? I guess what would give you more of it? Like, was Kamala someone that you were like very confident in, or was it someone like, yeah, she's kind of got it, but it's just a better option than Trump? Were you like go hard, like I'm a super big Kamala fan, or you're like it's just better than Trump?
Well, there's many aspects of the policy that she ran on that I was like super big fan of. Like, I love the fact that she wanted to like codify federal protections for women's access to abortion. And honestly, I kind of liked her economic policy too. Okay, self-sufficient over 10 years and alleviated the tax burden of the low and the middle class, a massive step in the right direction. But overall, I would say that she was good in many senses, but also bad in some others. Like her foreign policy being pro-Israel. I mean, I think that's a stain on the Democratic and Republican Party that Congress needs to get the hell over, and they will be in the next 20 to 30 years. By the way, 50% of Republicans under the age of 50 are anti-Israel. 71% of Democrats under that same age are anti-Israel. So that's going to be gone in another 20 through 30 years. But outside of that, super confident in her as a candidate. Super confident in her policy. And once again, I want this to be a conversation not about Kamala Harris, because unfortunately she lost the election around a year ago at this point. And I want it to be a conversation about why you support Trump as president, and what can I say, what can I do, what can I tell you, what facts can I give you to help change your mind?
Yeah, I love that. I'm definitely coming to a place where I'm trying to figure out, okay, what does the better option look like? Because it's going to come up to a place where we're given the option to vote Republican or Democrat again. Right. And assuming that, for example, that like JD Vance or Marco, that they would take the ticket. I'm curious who you think like the Democratic Party has to offer that would be able to like genuinely make America better. Because, obviously the idea of making America great again, as someone who lives here, it's like, I obviously want my country to prosper,
So arguably it's just too soon. But as a proponent of the party that's not in power, arguably it's too soon to say that this is who I think is going to be the next Democratic nominee for the presidency, and this is a policy that they're going to run on. I mean, I think that there's a shit ton of prospects like Pete Buttigieg, Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris again, so on and so forth. But we'll have to wait like another year to know for sure, because that's when they'll start announcing campaigns, is around midterms, all right? Yeah. But like I said, I want to stick on Trump. Any reasons, any good reasons why you support him?
I really liked the idea of Doge.
Okay. All right.
And government efficiency.
I like the idea, too, of making the government more efficient. Okay. I don't think anybody contests that. The issue with Doge is that, one, it was short-lived. Two, they cut $200 billion. Meanwhile, in that same time span, Donald Trump spent $4.5 trillion. And three, it was ran by a partisan Trump loyalist, Elon Musk, okay? Right? He wasn't targeting things to genuinely make our government operate at a higher level of efficiency, but rather just answering to the beckon and call of Trump to try to paint Democrats as like corruption, and saying that where they're spending money through these various programs are just terrible, needs to be cut, and this is illegal, finally the money to right back into their pocket, so on and so forth. But I think the one fact you need to know in order to understand why Doge is a failure is the fact that if Kamala Harris was elected and implemented her policy without implementing Doge, our debt would actually be lower today than it currently is under Trump's administration with Doge.
That's really interesting because I didn't feel like that was the case when she was the vice president. Do you think that
it actually was? It actually was. Yeah. So
our debt went down?
No, it didn't go down. It was just lower than what it would have been if Donald Trump had served a second term.
Okay, gotcha.
Excuse me. In Donald Trump's first term, according to the CRBF, according to the CRBF, Donald Trump spent $8.6 trillion in his first 4 years. Meanwhile, Biden and Harris only spent $4.6 trillion. That's a big difference.
Yeah, no, for sure. Honestly, bro, it is just so confusing because it doesn't, you're right. Like, it doesn't seem conservative. I'll be frank with you. I have to do way more research, bro. Like, again, I just kind of found the stream and was like, this is actually super interesting. I can't say I go around thinking about politics a whole lot. And so it's definitely it's striking curiosity in me for sure, bro. If you don't mind, you mentioned Trump being a dictator, and I honestly kind of want to talk about that because I feel like there needs to be a place where the president has the ability to protect and bring order to our country from things like insurrections. And I know that if you classify certain organizations as like domestic terrorism, it gives the president the right to respond in a way that is a more executive rather than needing the permission of a bunch of other people. Because when a problem presents itself, sometimes you don't have time to make a bunch of like, what does everyone think? We voted this guy in to make a decision and he needs to. So I guess my question is like, when does, I guess it's back to, the question I had at the beginning, but like, at what point do we say, okay, some decision needs to be made and we just need to trust the guy we voted to make a decision?
Well, I mean, if you're saying that you think that our president should protect our country from insurrections, from lawlessness and disorder, then the conversation about Trump should have stopped on January 6th, where he had over 1,000 of his supporters run into the Capitol, try to kill police officers, smear their shit on the walls. And then when he regained the presidency in January of 2025, he extended them full presidential pardons for their crimes, including 72 people that were thrown in jail for violent assault on police officers on January 6th, and then labeled them as patriots.
Yeah. So in order for me to like come to a place where I'm able to say like, okay, I'm not going to vote this way again, I guess I'm trying to understand what would be the best solution in a situation like that. Or like, for example, say it was Biden in January 6th, like, and he said, I'm going to label them an insurrection.
January 6th never would have happened if Biden was in presidency. Just like, the quote-unquote riots in Portland, which, by the way, we don't see riots in Portland. We see people having fun, dressing up as frogs, to abstain and protest the ICE and the military that's being deployed. But that condition never would have been created in the first place if Trump wasn't president. Like, think about, the disorder that is created by the president labeling you as a domestic terrorist if you're against fascism. Think about the disorder that's created by the president violating the 10th Amendment and sending the military into Chicago, Memphis, Portland, so on and so forth. Think about the disorder that is created by the president lying about the people on the grounds in these cities, in these states, saying that they're violent. Think about the disorder that is created by sending masked, plainclothes ICE agents into cities across America to black bag naked children from their bedrooms in the suburbs of Chicago and then throw them in the backs of U-Haul buses. It's something that really happened, by the way. I would actually say that Trump and his administration shares a lot of the culpability for creating and promoting this environment where disorder has been created in many of these American cities. But then even at that point, the disorder that I've seen created, I haven't seen people dying. I haven't seen cars burning, right? In Portland and Memphis and Chicago, I've seen people peacefully protesting. So I'm not really sure where the insurrection is. Like, can you show me where the insurrection is?
Yeah, well, as of late, I haven't been too keen on keeping up because it's kind of depressing. I mean, obviously, I think the response is what I've been hearing is that the response is due to crime in these cities, and the governor's not doing enough to deal with the crime. Like, I know DC, like I grew up very close to DC, and like it was just never a safe place. So I'm not saying it's justified. I'm just saying what I've heard is it's in response to the crime and the drugs and the situations going down, gang violence and whatnot.
You're wrong. Okay, he said he wanted to send the National Guard into New York City, right?
Right.
New York City has a lower crime rate, violent crime rate, and homicide rate than Austin and Houston, Texas. So why didn't he say he wants to send the National Guard into Austin and Houston, Texas? Which, by the way, he'd have a significantly easier time with, considering the fact, right, that that state is red.
Yeah, honestly, that's a great question. I would have to do more research on that because I would agree. Like, if you're going to do it one place, like you can't have a double standard, you
Right,
know.
right.
So
Exactly. Considering the fact the other place with a higher violent crime rates, a higher homicide rates, are red, meaning that he could go get the consent of the governor of the state of Texas with a goddamn
yeah,
text message, and he wouldn't need to be having all these legal battles, facing formalities on if the president has the ability to deploy a state's national guard without the elect and consent of their governor, right? It would be an
yeah,
easy, smooth process for him to quote unquote stomp on the crime in Austin and Houston. And I think that's what really proves that he doesn't care about the crime in these cities. He just cares about it as an exertion of control and power, right? Not to mention, right, that the National Guard in these cities, what the hell are they going to do to stop crime? They can't arrest people. It's illegal for them to arrest people. They about it. What the heck do that is a 34 count felon, adjudicated rapist that pardoned the violent criminals in DC on January 6th, as we already went over, which obviously proves that if he doesn't care about somebody trying to kill a cop on the steps of our capitals and then smearing their shit on the walls inside of the Capitol, then why would he care about a random homicide in a city like Memphis or Portland, Oregon?
yeah. I definitely agree with the idea that if you're going to do it in one place, like you can't have double standards. Like for example, in just talking about like sending the military into cities. Like I remember like during COVID when seeing like National Guard in Baltimore and DC like telling people to like get in their houses and stuff. And I
Mm.
also am I'm also like so there was that like there's I think the tyrannical situation can happen on either side.
Absolutely, and it is happening, man. I mean,
Yeah.
yesterday it came out that an ICE agent was roaming around Chicago, I believe, and the ICE agent pointed their gun, their AR, right, at an older gentleman and said, "You're dead liberal." What do you think that's
Yeah.
going to incite? What do you think that's going to
Yeah.
cause? We have the president's secret police with masks that don't have to identify themselves in plain clothes, pointing their guns at citizens, saying that they're dead, you liberal. Okay, right?
Right.
If you care about a reduction in violence and an upholding of order, then that is definitely not the way to go about causing it. Not to mention, now this is a very important point. When people don't have their bare necessities, people get angry. Okay, we have
For
seen
sure.
revolutions started in world history because people didn't have food, right?
Right.
Starting November 1st, what's happening? 41 million people are losing access to food stamps.
Yikes. That's crazy, bro. Uh yeah, I mean I definitely think that with the January 6th situation, and the Black Lives Matter, some of the Black Lives Matter riots, like Baltimore, bro, like I watched that city literally burn. It's like I definitely think that a mark of genuine and good leadership is that if you set a standard, it needs to be one that applies to all and not just some. So I would definitely say like, bro, I'm not a fan of that. Um, so I guess in order to like get back on track, like what is something that I still agree with Trump on?
I'll let you think about that for a second. Do you mind if I thank a couple
Yeah.
people here first?
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Cool. While I was thinking about that, and by the way, after we go over your last point here, I am going to move on to the next guest. I just want to thank a couple people. Brandy, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love. Saying the way that you spoke to a caller yesterday that was emotionally abused by her misogynistic dad had me in tears. Brandy, yeah, I remember her. I felt really bad for her, man. I really hope that she, left that conversation doing some outreach, looking for local groups. Appreciate you for the $5. As well as Caitlin, thank you so much for the $5 on PayPal as well. Happy birthday to you, by the way, Caitlin. Show some love to Caitlin down below in the chat. Huge happy birthday. Anna, thank you for the $10, saying thank you for advocating for all of the people who can't keep doing what you do. Thank you, Anna. And then, E-Jub, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal as well, saying, hey, Dean, keep doing what you do and educating people. Appreciate you for that love, E-Jub. You were awesome. And then, Michael, thank you so much for the $5 on Venmo. Deanna, thank you for the $10 saying keep up your good work. Thank you, Deanna. And then Anam, thank you so much for the $50 over on Venmo. Holy fuck, Anam. That is ANAM. I want to see 500 Anam W's down below in the comment section for the 50 bucks saying, oh, you got a little bit of background noise there, my friend. Anam with the $50 says, thank you for your hard work, Dean. Wondering if you would start confronting anti-vaxxers / Maha too. Yeah, I mean, I do when they come up on the live, but they're a pretty insufferable group of people. Do we remember the gay frogs and the tinfoil hat lady? She was crazy, and she was one of the anti-vaxxers, Maha motherfuckers. Thank you so much for the $50 Anam. And then Kelly, thank you for the $10 over on Venmo as well. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. One last super chat here. Attack on Pony, thank you so much for the $20 over on super chat. Appreciate you so much for the love. This guy seriously can't see the overstepping the Constitution or our own government as a problem. I don't think that we've explicitly talked about the overstepping of the Constitution, unless we have and I forget. And I think that'd be a good next point to bring up. Here's a question for you. Thank you for the $20, by the way, Pony. Show some love to Pony in that chat. Mr. Guest, you said that you care about law and order. How do you feel about Donald Trump launching an attack on the highest level of law and order in this country, that being the Constitution, infringing on the First Amendment, calling for a termination of the Second, infringing on the 14th, and calling for a termination of the 22nd?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Real quick, can you go over those points, just the specific constitutional points real quick?
Yeah, so he's infringed on the First Amendment by saying it's illegal to criticize cinema media. Don't need to explain that one. He's infringed on the First Amendment again by trying to ban the burning of the American flag. SCOTUS ruled in the 80s that is symbolic speech protected by the First Amendment. Seems quite obvious that's an infringement. He also said that it's like illegal to protest or boycott in like specific scenarios with like Israel or Tesla. Then about the Second Amendment, he really launched an attack on that when he directed his DOJ to attempt to find a way to ban any and all gun ownership for law-abiding trans American citizens. Blatantly unconstitutional that even the NRA spoke out against that movement from the Trump administration. The 14th Amendment's pretty bad. On day one, he signed Executive Order number 14160 into law, attempting to take birthright citizenship away from the children of undocumented immigrants born on U.S. soil. They've had that right since 1865, and his attack on that right of the children of undocumented immigrants born here through that executive order amounts to a massive infringement on the 14th Amendment. And then the issues with the 22nd Amendment are also clear. He's chopped up, running for a third term. He says there's ways he could get it done. He kind of goes back and forth. But obviously the 22nd Amendment would strictly prevent him from doing that.
I mean, I don't agree with any of those decisions. So I don't have anything to say on that, honestly.
So, I mean, do you think that like all the facts that I've shared to you on this live have changed your mind? Do you still support Trump as president?
I mean, best to try to be the best citizen I can. Like, I'm not going to try to like kill him. You know what I'm saying? Like,
well, I mean, I don't think that being anti-Trump means that you want to kill Trump.
No.
I mean,
that's not.
I think all that I'm asking you here is, do you still support him as president? I think that, social support for or against whoever's in power is kind of like the hidden check and balance of a functioning democratic country, right? Because if there's a lack of social support for the presidency, then they're going to feel less emboldened to like continue on the warpath and destroying this country. But I mean, if there's a lot of support for the presidency, then I mean, they'll kind of feel like they can do whatever the hell they want because at the end of the day, the people agree, right? So, I mean, you just simply stating that you no longer think he's a good president is doing significantly more than you already are by stating the opposite.
Yeah, I'm definitely not happy with where things are right now. Just like what we said about the elections, I feel like just for me and due to my lack of research, it's a little too soon for me to say anything concrete. But I mean, I'm definitely not a big fan of where things are. I'm curious as this goes on if it will be enough to make me vote blue. That's something big. I don't know if I ever could, but
Well,
Yeah, but
I mean,
honestly,
if you
Dean,
could vote for Trump, you could
not gonna
vote.
lie, bro.
You could vote for Gavin Newsom. You can vote for Pete Buttigieg.
Yeah, I just want to say, bro, like again, I really don't have any idea who you are, but it seems like you have a pretty big following and stuff. Yeah, bro. I mean, I'm all about having good conversation, man. So, you've definitely piqued some of my curiosity and make me want to, research more. So just keep doing what you're doing, even if we don't agree on everything.
All right, well, I appreciate you for coming up, man, and you have a good rest of your night, Noah. We are going to move on to the next guest. I feel like Noah was having an all right conversation with us, but he just couldn't give a straight up answer to that last question. John, thank you so much for the fireworks. I really appreciate you so much for the love. We are going to move on to the next drum supporter at this point in time. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. Now, if you do join up in the live and you are not a Trump supporter, I'm going to ban you. Right? And there's a bit of background noise here. I'll still ask though. Hey, Amber, do you support Trump?
It was, well, they got a new one now.
It sounds like Amber's a little bit preoccupied, so we're going to move on to Victor. By Axelot, thank you so much for the $25 on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love. By Axelot with the 25 says, why in the nine hells do people not see the huge issues of supporting a fascist wannabe dictator in office? Propaganda and the rationalization of the insane. Appreciate you for that love. Show some love to By Axelot, as well as Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the $50 on Venmo, and Adam with the $30. Thank you so much, Elizabeth and Adam. Holy fuck, you guys. Show some love to Elizabeth and Adam down below in that chat. Elizabeth with a 50 says, here's $50 for the good fight. Thank you so much. All the love in the world to you. Seriously, thank you so much for your fucking kindness. You were awesome. Show some love to Elizabeth while we're looking on getting that next Trump supporter loaded up in here. You were fucking so cool. And then Adam with a 30 says, Jazz Music _79 in the YouTube chat. You are among the best voices for the progressive side and my number one favorite debater. Oh, thank you so much for your kind words. Listen, I like what we do here. We change minds. Don't let anybody tell you otherwise, because if you watch the stream, then you actually see the minds change. You hear the voices of people that will come up here and say they used to be MAGA, now they're not, right? Like, these streams work, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $30, Adam, and thank you for the $50, Elizabeth. Oh, we're going to go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in the box. Go ahead and put a me with your age down below in that comment section if you want to come up here and have a conversation. We got Tanner loading into the box right now, folks. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Nah, but
I got to ban you, Tanner. You have a good rest of your day, my friend. We're going to move on to the next guest right now. We got Alice loading up into the box. While we get Alice up here, Jade, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Alice, what's up? How old are you?
Wait. Are you Native?
Okay. How old are you?
Are you Native American?
I'm not going to answer anything that you have to ask me until you tell me your age. How old are you?
I'm 18, but are you Native American?
What year were you born in?
2007.
And do you support Trump?
Are you Native American? Are you indigenous?
I'm so sorry. You're gonna have to.
You're not telling me though.
You're good. I know. I need you to answer the pre-qualifying questions to be on the live before I answer any question of yours. I'm gonna hold you to the same exact rules that I hold everybody else to joining this live. Are you a Trump supporter?
Yes.
What time is it?
Are you? Huh?
What time is it?
I don't know. But are you indigenous? Are you indigenous?
What time is it? You don't know what time it is? Just look at the top of your phone.
Okay. Are you indigenous? Can you answer my question?
I'm sorry. I'm still not. Now I'm not really convinced that you're in America because I think I hear a British accent. What time is it? Look at the top left-hand corner of your phone.
7. But
7.
can you answer my question?
Right. You're not in America. All right, we're going to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now. By the way, I've answered your question many times, and I'm not going to specifically answer the question when asked from somebody that is infringing on the rules that you know the stream has, okay? What you're not going to do is push me around, break my rules, break the boundaries that I've made explicitly clear and set forth, and then demand that I sequester and answer your question. Thank you so much, and I hope you have a great rest of your day. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
How you doing?
I'm doing all right.
18. 18.
What year were you born in?
07.
Okay. What month?
January.
Okay. And you
Bro,
said
you
you're
want
a
me to
Trump...
shoot my phone, bro?
No, I believe you. And you said that you're a Trump supporter?
Yeah.
Okay. Go ahead. Take it away. Why are you MAGA?
I actually don't know, bro. You fuck me?
Fuck. Moving on to the next guest, folks. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. Right now, we're going to go to get the next guest loaded up into the box right now, everyone. Hey, are you a Trump supporter?
Hello? Hello?
Hey, what's up? Are you a Trump supporter?
Yeah, I do.
Are you racist?
No.
You're not racist?
No.
So then
I
why do you
love all
come?
people.
Then why last time did you come up here? You screamed the N-word.
I didn't.
You did.
When?
The whole like MAGA Puerto Rican thing.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, yeah. We're gonna go to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. All right, let's go to get that next guest loaded up. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Baby loves Dean Withers.
What the fuck?
Baby thinks what you do is so important, Dean. You're so great.
Are you good?
Keep it. Keep it up, Dean Withers. Keep it up. Baby loves you, Dean Withers. Keep it up. So proud of you.
Are you okay?
Are you okay?
He's gone. Bro, what? What the fuck, bro? All right, we're gonna go to get the next guest up here. No, today's just going great. Today's just going great, man. No, this is great, dude. This is so much fun. All right, we're gonna go to get that next Trump supporter up here. Woo! All right, here we go, everyone. All right. No, this is awesome. Iris, thank you so much for the galaxy. Who's next? Who's next in the queue? Guys, just make sure if you are in the queue that you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. All right, here we go, folks. Jalen, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal, who says, I'm so sick of racist, homophobic fascists trying to act like this is just a topic of conversation and a simple disagreement. No, y'all are sick in the head. Yeah, man, it's like fact versus fiction. It's good versus evil. In a lot of scenarios, it is, right? You know, is fascism good or bad, right? Yeah, I appreciate you for the $10, Jalen. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here right now. We got Jake connecting to the stream. If you are in the queue, just make sure that you're following the rules. Wesley, thank you so much for the $9 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for the love. And then MEK, appreciate you for the $10 on PayPal. And Haley with the 5. Appreciate you guys. All right, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got Amaya loading in, and we got Ian loading in. Hello, Amaya. Do you support Trump?
Hi, yes, I do.
Age, please.
I'm 18, 2007.
What time is it?
3:28 p.m.
Awesome. Ian, do you support Trump?
Yes, sir.
And how old are you?
I'm 18, September 10th, 2006.
Does that math?
What?
Wouldn't you be 19, Ian?
I'm 19, sorry. I'm getting it mixed up. My birthday was not too long ago.
For some really weird reason, I believe you.
Yeah.
Wait, and then what did you say the day of your birthday was?
September 10th, 2006.
Okay.
It's the day before the 5th anniversary of 9/11. That's how I remember it.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta post about that on your TikTok. So you know what? I'll believe you. I don't know why I do. I just do. It looks like your TikTok confirms it. Okay. Anyways, let's just go ahead and do a little bit of a 2v1. So both of you guys support Trump. Here's the question that I have for y'all. Are you guys pro law and order?
I'm pro licking you up and down, balls to nose, big boy.
Ian, that is not the question I asked.
I know. I made my own answer.
Ian, Amaya, it's just you. Amaya, just listen. Just tell us why you support Trump. I need a minute.
Okay, so I'm an immigrant. I'm from Argentina, and if you know, Trump has made some meetings with the Argentinian president, and so I'm a Christian. I haven't been for not a long time, but I feel like Christianity like made me get closer, even though I'm open-minded for both, because I have some things that I like about Trump, some things about Kamala, but I just feel like for some reason Christianity made me get closer to the political party. So,
well, how did Christianity make you get closer to Trump? Go ahead. Tell me.
Okay.
Tell me. Do you think Trump's a good Christian?
I mean, I feel like, yeah, he has sinned, but
is he a good Christian?
So I cannot judge, but Sorry, I'm a little
No,
nervous.
it's okay. I get it. I'm nervous
Yeah.
too. I'm very nervous. It just makes me so nervous hearing somebody say that, well, Christianity brought me closer to the adjudicated rapist, 34 count felon that's subjugating undocumented immigrants to literal torture in El Salvador, saying that they've escaped mental asylums and prisons, even though Leviticus 19:33 says to treat the foreigners residing in your land the same as you treat the native born in fairly. All right. The same guy taking now food stamps away from 41 million low-income Americans, healthcare away from 10 million of them, disproportionately fucking them over with a big beautiful bill and the tariffs too, even though in Matthew we read the way that you treat those that have less than you is the way that you're treating the Lord your God. So I guess Donald Trump's giving a big fuck you middle finger to, the big G, right?
Yeah.
I just don't understand how any of this is Christian. Can you tell me?
Yeah, so for some reason, I feel like also social media is kind of like influencing, like you said, I think you said about propaganda. Um, so I did not support Charlie Kirk before, but now that I've gotten into Christianity and what I feel like are sins and are not sins, like for example, like abortion, I don't know. I just feel like just like the political party of Trump is based in Christianity. That's what I feel like it is.
I know that you feel that way. You've said that a couple times. I'm asking you why.
Yeah. Well, okay, this is kind of hard. So,
well, listen, if it's hard for you to name reasons why MAGA is like pro-Christian, but then it's like so easy to name reasons why MAGA is anti-Christian.
Well,
I mean,
I'm
shit,
not
like
saying,
I
like, the
literally
whole-
already named like 5 of them, right? Shouldn't it become clear that they're not pro-Christian? Right? It's like usually hard to justify things that are false. It's really hard to do that, and I think that's why you're struggling right now.
yeah. Oh, by the way, I don't know if I said this. I'm open-minded for both because my family is mostly like pro-abortion.
Okay, but like I just
And,
want
like,
you to answer
my
the I just
side-
want you to answer the question. How is MAGA pro-Christian? Please tell us.
So I think, like I said about abortion, it's a sin. It's killing. It's like killing a human living, and because the other political party supports that, and the Trump political party does not, I feel like they take more about Christianity and put God into politics.
If abortion is a
And-
sin, then why does God tell you how to do it?
Tell you not to do it.
No, if abortion is a sin, then why does God describe how to get one?
Well, I don't know how to respond
Right,
to that.
because that's numbers 5, around 11 through 31. It's a full description on how your wife is to get an abortion and forcefully like kill and miscarry the fetus in her uterus in her womb if that fetus is conceived through sex that is cheating on her husband outside of marriage, right? So if abortion is murder, are you saying that like God is sometimes pro-murder?
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay, then abortion's not murder because we definitely know that he's sometimes pro-abortion.
I guess.
Okay, and if abortion's not murder, then why should it be? Why is it wrong?
Well, for some people think it's wrong, or at least my side, I think it's wrong because, well, it also depends on the situation. I feel like if you're just getting it, like an abortion just because, I don't know, you like fucked around and just like got it, but I feel like in some like cases, like I don't know if I can say the word like raped, and that stuff on like little childs or children, I feel like it should be legal. Like I'm in like both sides. I don't know how to explain it.
Well, remember, I'm
like-
asking you why you think that like abortion is wrong. Like, what's the reason why you think most abortions are wrong?
Well, I think it depends on the case, but I feel like most of them are wrong because it's like I don't know how to explain it. Like you try to achieve to have a baby and then you kill it just cause. Like that's
Why is that wrong?
because why would you try to achieve to get a baby and just kill it?
Well, I mean, if a woman's getting an abortion, then she wasn't having sex to get pregnant most of the time.
That's the time that I feel like it is, but some people are like
So why
mentally-
is it wrong in that circumstance?
I'm not saying it's wrong in that circumstance. I'm saying it's wrong if you like.
Wait, it's not wrong
Like,
to get an
try to
abortion
get-
if you get pregnant, then you don't want to be pregnant anymore. That's all abortions.
I feel
well,
like
I mean,
yeah,
well, most of abortions outside of like life of the mother.
yeah.
Okay, so then you're actually pro-choice, because you just described exactly what an elective abortion is.
Oh, I guess so.
Okay. Anything else, or should I move on to my next guess?
Well, do you mind talking about about the Argentina situation and Trump?
Yeah, where he imposed 50% tariffs on them, destroyed their economy, then gave them $40 billion to help out their economy. But I'm going to move on to the next guest. You have a good rest of your day. Thank you so much for coming up, Amaya.
Okay.
You take care now. Go ahead and hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. I just had some guy named like Alpha AK up in the queue. I accidentally kicked him when I was meaning to remove Amaya. So Alpha AK, feel free to hop back in that queue. I'll happily bring you back up here. We're going to get the next guest loaded up here right now. There's somebody in the queue by the name of Buddy AG that I keep on seeing. But this queue, it dances around really fast and it makes it hard for me to like identify and click on like any specific person. So I'm going to look for Buddy AG here one last time. If I can't find him, there he is. Did I get him? I did get him. Okay, we got Buddy AG loading up in. Buddy AG is a longtime viewer of the streams. Buddy AG, how long has it been, my friend? It's been what, like a year and a half? Buddy? Are you here? Okay. Buddy's not here. All right. You take care. Moving on to the next guest right now. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be MAGA. All right. If you're watching and you want to support me, you want to support what we do here, by the way, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio down below. Thank y'all all so much for the love. Holy shit, dude. Tony. Oh, holy shit. One second. Tony, thank you so much for the $100 donation on Venmo, bro. What the fuck? Tony with $100 says, "Keep fighting the good fight." Dude, Tony, that is way too much money, my friend. I do not deserve that. Thank you so much for your kindness. That is so incredibly kind and generous of you. I want y'all to show some love to Tony down below in that comment section. Dude, let's get like a W Tony flood in all of the live chats for like at least the next 10 minutes. Bro, seriously, that means more than you'll ever know. And thank you so much for your kindness from the bottom of my heart, bro. Thank you so much, Tony. What is going on, American MIKLO? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
You do? Okay. What about you, Alpha AZ? Are you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
All right, American Miklo, if you could like disconnect any like external mic that you have plugged into your phone and make your quality sound a lot better. I'm gonna go ahead and start the debate with both of y'all here. Let me just thank 4 people. Neo, appreciate you for the $5 on Super Chat, and Madison, thank you so much for the $5 on Super Chat. Thank you guys so much. I'd also like to very, very, very quickly thank. Let's see here, Fatima, thank you so much for the $5 over on PayPal. Deborah with a 1, Edward with a 5, and then let's see here, Cambry, thank you so much for the 10, saying you were truly the best. Keep being you. Appreciate you for the love, Cambry. And then Gabby, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Gabby with the $20 says, "Hey Dean, I rarely get to see you live these days as I moved to the UK, but I've been here forever, and I wanted to say you continue to give me hope." Gabby, you have been here for forever. I know your name by heart. Appreciate you for the $20, and I hope that move went all right. As well as Maya, thank you so much for the $10, who says, "Been watching you for the last week. Really gained a lot of confidence and knowledge in my beliefs. Thank you for what you do." Well, thank you so much for taking something positive away from the stream. You're awesome, Maya. And then Madison with a 5, Liam with a 5, and Hannah with a 5. Thank you guys so much. Show some love to all of our donors. I'm now going to go ahead and pass the mic to American Miklo and Alpha. Why do you guys support the worst president of your life?
You mean the best president?
I didn't know that the best president of your life would be taking food stamps away from 41 million low-income Americans. It's a little bit egregious, wouldn't you say?
Isn't the Democrats the ones holding it hostage?
No, I didn't know that the Democrats were the ones running the White House, saying that they're not going to grant any reimbursement for states that pick up the bill for the food stamps while the government is ongoing, while the government shutdown's ongoing. And I also didn't know that the Democrats held a majority in any House of Congress.
What do you think about there being 40 million people on food stamps? Does that seem, I mean, being honest, do you think is excessive, or is that like...
Oh, dude, I think one person not being able to afford food is excessive for the richest country in the history of the world. I don't think that's the fault of themselves. I think that's the fault of the system.
Do you think anybody would really go starving?
Do I think that people would starve if they didn't have access to food stamps? If people have less food, they're typically more likely to starve. That's kind of how it works.
Well, I mean, it seems like we have an obesity problem in this country more than anything.
Okay, so you
I'm
want
gonna
to starve.
be honest too.
So you think that we have an obesity problem, therefore you want to starve people by taking their food stamps away.
No,
Dude, no,
I
I don't
don't think
believe
that's what
anybody's
the
gonna
Now,
starve.
let the guest on the bottom respond to that. So you think we have an obesity problem, therefore you think it's good to starve people by taking food away from those that are poor and can't afford it themselves.
Well, now you're putting words in
Yeah,
my
go
mouth.
ahead
saying
and run on that in the
starve
midterms
people.
and just see how badly you lose. Like we're just seriously
Well,
like
we've been
you do
winning so
understand
far.
you understand that there's more Republicans on food stamps than Democrats. Like what you're saying right now, like I have no fucking clue why you and all the
Per
other MAGA
capita.
droids have like
Per capita.
one moment. Why you and all the other MAGA droids have like assumed this rhetoric, right? Like it makes no goddamn
Rhetoric?
sense. Like you're out here saying that like poor people are fat and we need to starve them by taking their food stamps away.
See, no one
and then you're
said no,
talking
I
about
didn't
people
say
that are more
that.
likely to be Republican than Democratic. It's just,
No,
dude,
just
you're
straw
fucking
man.
joke.
Oh, it's trying to starve people. No one's gonna starve, fool. Everybody's fat.
Okay, so you think if we take people's foods away, it won't make them more likely to starve?
I think it'll more likely make them thieves because it seems like they're all talking about robbing people now. It seems like a lot of entitled people more than anything.
So
Super entitled.
So you're saying that if somebody's sad, they're not going to have food, right? Then they're entitled.
No, they need to lean on the church and food banks. No one is even suggesting that. They're all going, no, give me my food stamps. I want my food stamps. It's like no one's going, hey, go to a food bank or go to the soup kitchen.
Okay, so if everybody that can't like afford food themselves could just lean on food banks, soup kitchens, and churches, then why, when we introduced food stamps, when we introduced SNAPs, did health outcomes of low-income Americans significantly improve?
It's a heavily abused system.
It's a heavily abused system. Okay, so go ahead and tell me. Go ahead and tell me explicitly what the abuse rate is. Give a source for it, and then describe what that abuse is, and then give a source for that too.
I see people on food stamps buy twice as many groceries as any other middle class household can even afford.
I didn't know that you could just tell who's on food stamps when you walk into the grocery store, but that's definitely not a source. No answer to my question. Tell me what the abuse rate of food stamps is, sir. Tell me what sir. Tell me what, sir. Tell me. You're not answering my question. Well, you're not answering my question. I asked you what is the abuse rate of food stamps and what is that abuse, and then give a source for it.
I don't got a source, dude. You get a win there.
Oh, so you're just talking out of your ass? Pretty typical for a Trump supporter.
I got something to say about that.
Yeah, what do you have to say about Donald Trump taking food away from 41 million men, women, and children?
Children.
I don't believe that that's what he's trying to do, but I can speak as somebody that grew up on Section 8. I'm the one. I'm telling you from my point of view. I grew up on Section 8 with my family. My mom, she was on it. We were on food stamps, all that stuff, housing.
Yeah, I also grew up on a lot of social safety nets when living with my mom.
Okay. Well, I can tell you from firsthand experience, my own mom abused this shit. Instead of going and getting a job and working hard, she sat there and she got as much food stamps as she could.
Did you know in order to qualify for federal food stamps, you have to be working first? There's a work requirement on it. Did you also know that 50% or less? Did you know?
I'm just saying.
Did you know? How are you going to tell? Did you know that 50%? Did you know that 50%?
How are you going to tell me my experience?
Did you know that?
Did you know that 50%?
Oh, go ahead and finish what I was saying since you know the stat.
No, go ahead.
No. It sounds like you know what you're talking about. Go ahead and finish my sentence for me, big dog.
Oh, I know what a woman is.
No, the woman. What?
Sorry, it's off subject. It's off subject. Go ahead.
Wait, I'm just confused. I think that you just tried to like roast me or something, but I'm really confused. You said I know the woman is what? Like explain.
I said at least I know what a woman is because you guys think men can have a vagina, you know.
Oh no, Republicans literally think Republicans literally think that men are women. Look at what you guys have been saying about Michelle Obama and President Macron from France's wife for the last 10 years.
Well, they look like linebackers.
like the only Oh, now you're gonna justify it too. Yeah. Oh, at least I know what a woman is. But guess what? Women are men and men are women. Oh, like literally, like you literally fucking think that, and now you're gonna go on to justify it. Jesus fucking Christ, you're such a goddamn joke. You don't support Trump. One moment, Alpha. I'll let you pipe down here. I'm going to talk to the other guy. You don't support Trump because you have any reason why he's better for the country. You don't support Trump because you think he's making America great again. You don't support Trump because he's driving better empirical outcomes for American citizens, so on and so forth. You support Trump because he's a lot like you. He's rude. He's a bully. He's an asshole.
Yeah.
And he preys on those with a lower level of power than himself. Okay? You're just like him, right? You're just like him. And you're going to say yes, 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 yes. Let's see if you could say yes to this too. He's also an adjudicated rapist and a sexual exploiter. And he admitted to it on Howard Stern's podcast when he said that he would go into the changing rooms of naked teen girls and naked women at Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. Is it also something you've done? Are you going to say yes again in that little snarky tone, you man, baby? Let's hear it. Go ahead and unmute your mic, my friend. Can't even figure out how to hit a button. I sent you an invite to unmute your mic, my friend. It's right in front of your goddamn face. It's literally right there. You have a pop-up box on your phone right now that says unmute mic. Just hit the button, dude.
Since he's not talking, can we go back to the food stamp situation?
Almost, man. I want him to respond to that. Go ahead and unmute. I just sent another invite. There we go. He figured it out. So what do you have to say to that?
Say to what?
What do you have to respond to the last comment I made without pivoting?
Oh, I said no. He was a pig when it came to stuff like that. I agreed.
Oh, so you agree that he sexually exploited women and girls? How could you possibly support somebody that you think is sexually exploited?
I didn't say that.
Well, you just said he was a pig when it came to that.
Yeah, he was a pig. Yeah, he was kind of pervert.
Oh, okay.
Doesn't make him a rapist.
Oh, so you accept, right? Well, I said so. It's sexual exploitation in reference to Miss Teen USA and Miss USA. It's rape in reference to E. Jean Carroll. So do you accept that when he went on Howard Stern's podcast? Pull the butt Biden card. Go ahead.
Daughter.
Go ahead. Okay.
Yeah, he used to shower with his daughter. How many videos have I seen of him touching little girls and rubbing their chest and little boys? Dude is freaking gross. Okay. Yeah.
So I will happily have a full fleshed out conversation with you about Ashley Biden's diary. In fact, I'm going to use it to dunk on you and show you that you're a hypocrite with uneven standards of evidence to accept the claim. Go ahead and interrupt me. I know that you need to in order to try to interrupt the truth. I know, he's just trying to interrupt the truth. Little snowflake can't handle the facts. Anyways, to get back to what I was saying, since you need to hear the facts so damn much, you don't really seem to know them yourself. I'll happily have a full fleshed out conversation with you about Ashley Biden's diary. In fact, I intend to use that conversation to expose you as a hypocrite that applies unlevel standards of evidence insofar as accepting or rejecting a claim.
Standards of
when it would apply to a Democrat or a Republican, uneven standards of evidence.
You don't think it's true?
Now you're interrupting me. Sir, you're interrupting me. Can I finish my statement here?
Sorry, go ahead, man. Sorry.
Okay. Do I need to put the binky in your mouth forcefully?
Yes.
Okay. We'll go ahead. Thank you so much. You said yes, so I'll do it. But before we pivot to Ashley Biden's diary, what I'd like to say is if Biden were to be a sexual exploiter, if Biden were to be a pervert, if Biden were to be a rapist, then I wouldn't support him. Why can't you say the same thing about Trump? Okay? You try to pull that butt Biden card because you think I'm like you, and if the people on my side of the aisle were just as bad as Trump, I would still defend them. Hate to break it to you, I wouldn't. That's the difference between me and you, all right? But now to get back to the question that I was asking you before you interrupted me and pulled the butt Biden card, okay? I said that Donald Trump sat down on Howard Stern's radio show and boasted about sexually exploiting naked women and or naked girls. Okay? Now, before you tell me if you agree if this is something that he's done or not, would you accept that if you knew he had done this, because there's overwhelming evidence for it, would you still support him as president?
How come that? Okay, it's turned on. No, if he really did all that stuff, like if he was guilty of like what E. Jean Carroll said, no, I wouldn't support him.
That's not the question that I asked you. I didn't ask you about E. Jean Carroll. I asked you about him sexually exploiting naked women and or naked girls by walking into their dressing rooms and looking at them while they had no clothes on, unconsensually. In that circumstance, if you knew he had done this, if you knew it was true, then would you still support him as president?
And it's between Biden and him?
Kamala Harris?
Yeah. Kamala Harris? No, I would support him.
You would still support him if you knew that he had sexually exploited naked girls?
What? Because he did what Harry Sisson did? Got a bunch of jerk off pictures.
I mean, point number one, that's not what Harry Sisson did. Point number two, I disagree with what Harry Sisson did. Point number three, this is a pivot. Point number four, just to clarify, to make sure that we're on the same page here, you did say that you would still support Donald Trump if you had known for a fact that he sexually exploited naked girls.
How come it keeps going? Is it on?
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to clarify, without but Biden, but Harry Sisson, if you knew for a fact that he had sexually exploited naked girls, young girls,
yeah,
minors,
if it's between him and freaking communists like freaking Kamala Harris, yeah. But isn't that what? Wasn't that what Harry
communism
Sisson did? So, communism, means of production, is run by the state. But isn't that what Harry Sisson did?
Wait. I mean, actually, that's not what communism is. Communism, like understood in easy terms, it gets a little bit more complicated in this when you get into the literature. But for you, a easy way to understand communism would be a stateless, classless, moneyless society. So you're wrong. So go ahead and tell me exactly how Kamala Harris was advocating for a stateless, classless, moneyless society.
No, I can't. You're right. Go ahead.
Okay, so then why did you call her a communist? Because that was your defense in arguing why you'd still support Donald Trump if you knew he was a literal like child predator.
No, I just don't. I don't trust Democrats. And for one thing,
wait. You're gonna trust somebody that you think is a child predator more than somebody that's a Democrat.
You guys.
Can I just get a yes or no to that question? Can I just get a yes or no to that question?
What? Say it again.
You're going to trust somebody that you think is a child predator as long as they're a Republican more than you'd ever trust a Democrat simply because they're a Democrat.
Wait, now he's a child predator because he looked at women?
I said naked girls. You said if he had sexually exploited naked girls, then you would still support him.
Are you talking about underage girls?
Yeah, underage girls, yes.
No. They were underage.
That was the question that I asked you that you told me. I said, if he had sexually exploited naked girls, would you still support him as president?
Underage children.
Yes!
Yeah, no, I wouldn't support him.
Okay, so your line would be the sexual exploitation of a minor, but your line would not be the sexual exploitation of an adult. Why? Answer without pivoting. Answer without pivoting, goddammit.
Because children are innocent, man. Adults make stupid decisions.
Oh, so you're saying that adults deserve to be sexually exploited because they're not quote-unquote innocent?
No, not at all.
Then how does that justify it whatsoever? That they're not children, therefore they're not quote-unquote innocent, therefore it's like less wrong to sexually exploit them?
Well, you're talking about the exploitation is that he looked at them? That's your...
The sexual exploitation would be that he abused his position of power as the owner of the pageant to allow himself to barge into the private women's only space to look at the naked women and the naked girls in there unconsensually when they had no clothes on.
Oh, so he does what trans people do.
Oh, okay. Would you ever support a trans person as president?
No.
Oh! See, this is where you lose, and this is where some dumbass lost yesterday. You tried to equivocate what Donald Trump did to what trans people do, which, by the way, is completely false. So then the obvious next question would be, would you ever support a trans person as president? And then you'll say, no. Therefore, because you think what Donald Trump has done is identical to what trans people do, in that same breath, using your logic, you shouldn't support Trump either. But by the way, that's not what trans people do. Cute, incredibly bigoted and transphobic pivot that is now being used against you to paint you as a hypocrite once again. Because if he did what trans people do and you never support a trans person as president, then why would you support him as president, considering the fact that they apparently do the same thing? Gotta unmute.
Can I go now? Or...
No, I was going to answer that question first. Gotta unmute. Answer that question. American, Miklo, go ahead and click on your profile picture. Click the icon of the mic. Go ahead and respond.
All right. What's the question again?
You didn't hear it? You don't remember it? I said it like 2 times. Okay, I'll repeat it for whatever goddamn reason. Okay? So, yeah, we brought up how Donald Trump has, like, sexually exploited people and, like, their dressing rooms. And then you were like, that's what trans people do, which is false, by the way. And then I was like, so would you ever support a trans person as president? And you were like, no. And then I was like, so therefore, because you think Donald Trump does the same things that they do, would you ever support him as president?
Trump, yeah, not a mentally ill trans person.
Wait, so you think
I just
want to clarify. You think that being trans is worse than exploiting naked children?
You don't think? Well, that's what they do.
Answer the question. Do you think that being trans is worse than sexually exploiting children?
Dude, you keep turning the microphone off.
Yeah, because you're interrupting me and attempting to pivot with a brand new question when I'm in the middle of asking mine.
Those are one and the same. That's what all they do is exploit children. Do you think they're mentally ill? Hey, do you think they're mentally ill?
This is idiot. No, I don't.
Do you think? You don't think?
It's that I know that trans individuals are not mentally ill. Can you name one reputable institution of medicine or science that defines being trans as a mental illness?
It used to be in the DSM-5 or whatever.
Actually, no, the DSM-5 explicitly says that being trans is not a mental illness. And who runs the DSM-5? The APA, And 17 other institutions of medicine or science on top of the APA that agree being trans is not mental illness. Well, let's start at the World Health Organization, the Endocrine Society, the British Psychological Society, the Royal College of Psychiatrics, the Canadian Psychological Association, the Australian Psychological Society.
Canadian.
I'm not done
That's a
cooking
great
yet,
one.
my friend. The European Society for Sexual Medicine, the American Academy of Pediatrics, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the American Counseling Association, the American Public Health Association. This is what you and all your low IQ MAGA brethren do when you find yourself in a position where you're having to defend a literal rapist, a literal sexual exploiter, Mr. Trump as president. You automatically equivocate and pivot to trans people, placing your fucking lack of education, your ignorance, and your inability to respond to the damning facts about Trump on them, and it is disgusting. I understand that you do not understand the trans existence, very similar to how you don't understand 99% of the other facts of reality. But just because you don't understand something doesn't mean it's bad, doesn't mean it's wrong, and doesn't mean it's evil. So I'm happy that we could actually have this conversation, and I can give you the very specific names of 17 institutions in medicine or science that do not consider being trans as a mental illness to prove you wrong and to help you become more educated. And then on top of that, you said all trans people do is sexually exploit kids. Okay, so when you don't like something, you call them a sexual exploiter. But when you like someone like Trump, you're okay with them being a sexual exploiter. So why in one breath are you cheating, exploiting children if it's something that you think is wrong, while in another breath treating it as a trait of the best president in modern American history? And in that same breath, I think it's funny that you're going to sit here and say that you don't believe Donald Trump is a rapist, even though a court adjudicated it. Sir, my question to you would be, what court adjudicated all trans people are guilty of exploiting children?
Can I ask you a question now? You've been going. Do you think it's...
Yeah, and now you're going to attempt to ask me a question so you could circumvent and navigate around responding to everything that I just said, full-heartedly and totally dismantling every syllable of every word that has left your mouth since the moment you said the word trans. Go ahead, pivot. It's fine. I could dismantle you on multiple bases.
Do you think it's perversion? Do you think there is something called perversion? So you could point at somebody
I think it's Trump.
No, but an action, a behavior. Is there any behaviors you would consider perverted?
Yeah, many of the ones that Trump has been engaging in since the 70s.
Yeah, dude, I get it. Trump, everything's Trump, but no.
I'm just simply saying, yes, there's many actions that are perverted. We've already talked about many of them with Trump.
What's a perverted behavior? Tell me what a perverted behavior is.
Like sexualizing a 10-year-old girl, would you agree?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
That's something Trump did in 1993.
What about, no, I'm talking about...
something Trump did in 1993, so is Trump a pervert?
Okay, hold on, just hear me
No,
out.
is Trump a pervert because he's engaged in things that you think are perverted?
Yeah, that's perverted.
Okay, so why do you support a pervert as president? Why is that not the end of the conversation?
Let me ask you a question.
Okay.
Do you believe there are perverted behaviors that adults partake in?
I definitely think that there's perverted behaviors that
Not
some adults
pervert on
partake in.
kids. No, but you look at somebody and go, that person's perverted.
Yeah, I think that there's plenty of perverted adults, and you might be one of
them.
Like,
what would you consider perverted?
Perversion in a sexual sense would be sexual exploitation, sexual harassment, sexual assault, rape.
No, consenting. Right? No. So you're going to all legality. I'm talking about.
I'm just giving you examples of different forms of perversion.
Okay, that's fine. But I'm talking about consenting adults that partake in perverted behaviors. Do you think there is such a thing?
So what do you define as perversion? We need to get that one.
A throuple, for instance. Do you think a throuple is perverted, and you would say that's a degenerate behavior?
So how do you define perversion?
Anything outside sex and marriage. No, but hear me out. No, just answer the question. Would you consider a throuple engaged in? You're avoiding this question.
Okay, the answer to your question is no.
Listen,
I don't think a consensual adult throuple is perversion. No.
You don't think? Of course you don't.
Of course
so
I don't.
You think?
Yeah, of course.
Do you think they should be able to adopt kids? A throuple?
Yeah, if they're good parents.
Yeah, you're gonna say yes, huh? You degenerate.
If they're good parents,
a throuple. Yeah, you're not good parents if you're engaging. Okay, what about people
I mean, actually, empirically speaking,
This is good.
Let me go ahead and speak for more than 5 words.
No. Let me keep.
You're not gonna let me speak for more than 5 words. You think?
Are you gonna hear me out?
You think that you're serious? Okay, no. Let me speak for more than 5 words.
Okay, go ahead.
Empirically speaking, I could totally envision a circumstance of like 3 consenting adults that are in a 3-way relationship adopting kids and actually being good parents, because instead of having 2 people, you have 3 people. So you don't have to balance between, you know, like one parent watching the kids while the other parent goes and does something.
Oh, great idea.
And you have like 3
guys
people. So
each
the
other.
kids are always like getting like more attention from their parents, and like typically like more love and attention from their parents is like more beneficial to their health, social and educational outcomes. Plus 3 income, so they're going to have significantly more money to fund a better life for the children. I could totally envision a hypothetical circumstance of this happening and leading to great outcomes for the children.
So a throuple would be the ideal parents. You think they could be?
I could see a scenario where they'd be good at it. Absolutely.
Yeah, a scenario. That's insane, dude. That's insane. What about, let's see, people that take part in gangbangs and they do that every other day? They go,
I mean,
yeah, people
listen,
that
if it's consensual,
promiscuous sex.
Listen, like a orgy, for instance, not my thing.
Yeah. People
not my thing, but as long as it's like consensual and everybody there is an adult, and you know, and there's
they
ongoing proactive
kids.
Consent, right? Like, I mean, not my thing, but I don't think it's morally wrong.
Okay, so are you saying, do you consider any consenting adult should be able to do whatever they want?
So, like, in the context of sex, like, if 2 adults are consenting to something that is, like, not harmful... Can you let me finish speaking?
Yeah, go ahead.
If there's, like, 2 loving adults that are, like, consenting to do something with one another that's not harmful and, like, instrumentally rational, like, for the most part, I'm going to say that, like, that's an okay thing to do. Right? I mean, I think that there's, like, a couple things that, like, I take issue with, like C and C, right? I think that's kind of weird, right? But there's probably, I could probably name like the amount of things that like 2 consenting adults that could do that I deem as wrong on like one hand, you know?
How would you deem anything as wrong?
How would I deem things as morally wrong? Because
how do you do that?
Because I hold to like certain like normative moral principles.
Well, how do you get normative moral principles? Like, what's your like?
Because I have like an abstraction of a normative moral framework. I'm a threshold.
I don't think you do. I mean, you're talking about thruples being great parents to adopt kids. That's not normative.
Okay. Do you know what normative means?
Normal.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah. No. It's a word that we use in moral philosophy to determine like how we know that something is right or how we know that something is wrong using like a moral framework. Okay, it's going to be your normative. It's going to be your normative theory of ethics, and it's not necessarily subjective either. So this is going way over your head. This is like something you learn in college.
Way over my head. Way over your head. Thruple adopting kids.
So like a normative framework can be subjective. It can be objective. It can be realist. It can be anti-realist. It all depends on what your meta ethical framework is. But like, for instance, like Christians that think morals are objective, they also have like the normative framework.
Of course they are.
Of like divine commandment theory, so on and so forth.
Well,
this is all like super over your head. This is like seriously
way
like
over my head.
This is like college level like
the thruple
like information on like morals and ethics of philosophy.
Yeah, they're just subjective morals, dude. That's all they are.
Well, I'm personally, like I said, I'm personally subjectivist. I think that morals are subjective, but that doesn't speak for like what the possibilities and options are for like different meta-ethical frameworks or different normative frameworks. But
so
once again, all over
God then, or no?
So I'm an agnostic.
Okay, that's actually not an insane point of view. You're open to the idea that there could be a God.
Yeah, and let me guess, you're Christian?
Yeah.
Okay, so where in the Bible did Jesus say, "Look at the naked bodies of 13-year-olds"? Or is that just something that Trump does?
Yeah, it's something Trump did.
Okay. Okay. Where in the Bible does it say to like treat undocumented immigrants differently than U.S. citizens, subjecting them to like dehumanizing rhetoric, lying on them, saying that they've escaped mental asylums and prisons, trying to take their constitutional rights away and deport them? Especially considering the fact that in Leviticus 19:33 of the Bible, it literally says to treat the foreigners that reside among you the same as you treat your native born and to treat them fairly.
That doesn't mean open borders, dude. Jerusalem had borders. Jesus and Mary took part of it.
I don't know. Listen, I don't know when I brought up. I don't know when I brought up borders. I was talking about the incredibly cruel and unusual treatment and punishment that the Trump administration has been imposing onto undocumented immigrants. Like, can we agree right?
The same
The
one
Bible
Biden
says to treat
did,
people fairly.
the same one Obama did.
We could talk about Biden and Obama once we're done
Yeah,
talking
they
about the
had the
president that you support
same border policy,
So
bro.
if they all had the same immigration policy, this would mean that you as a good Christian would disagree with them all, right?
What? No, we got to have borders, dude.
Oh, so you don't. So you don't disagree with Donald Trump treating undocumented immigrants unfairly?
Well, what's unfair to you?
For sure, like illegally deporting them to CCOT, where they were beaten, tortured, and starved for 3 months, like Abrigo Garcia, or deporting them in violation of their constitutional rights, like you did.
Beaten and tortured.
You're interrupting me, sir. Why is that?
All right, sorry. Go ahead.
You have a big problem with like your level of intelligence. You have a big problem with your emotional regulation. You have a lot of big problems, and I want to help you fix them. That's why I'm having this conversation with you. But I think you're going to have to be a little bit more cooperative and be willing to engage in a productive dialogue. So once again, I think that here's where I want to start. Can you please open up your Bible? Can you please open up your Bible and read us Leviticus 19, verse 33?
No.
So you don't want to share God's scripture in front of like 20,000 people?
You're talking about
wait. I thought that you were a Christian. Why don't you want to share God's good word?
Well, you just quoted it earlier, talking about welcoming the stranger.
But I just want to make sure that we're on the same page here. So can you read it?
Yeah, I can. Let me grab my Bible.
Great. Yeah. While the idiot's grabbing his Bible, let me thank a couple people here.
Oh, it's real kind of you with your subjective morals.
Yeah, that wasn't supposed to be kind. It was supposed to be demeaning. I don't like you, so I'm going to call you an idiot. It makes sense. Bree, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love. Show some love to Bree in that chat. As well as Madeline, thank you so much for the $5 as well. Thank you so much, Madeline. That is incredibly kind of you. And then Jared, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Thank you so much. Jared with the $10 says that if he thinks all that is wrong and based on the Bible, wonder if he's reading the Song of Songs. That stuff is wild. Appreciate you for the $10, Jared. Then Wendy, thank you for the 5. And Bernice, thank you so much for the $10 set. I've learned so much from you, smart young man. You give me hope. Appreciate you for the love, Bernice. And Katie, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you, Katie. And holy fuck, Peter, dude, thank you so much for the $100 donation over on Venmo. I want to see some W Peter spam down below in that chat. Peter with 100 big ones says it is a scientific fact that people who have self-proclaimed their alpha are hands down the most beta pieces of shit on the planet. You know what, Peter? You were not only cooking, okay, with the donation, like seriously, man, thank you for the $100, but you were cooking with that damn message. You were spot on, my friend. Show some love to Peter. Seriously, Peter. That is so incredibly kind of you. I do not deserve that much love, and you are the fucking man, okay? As well as Samantha, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Let's show some love to Samantha, who says thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us. Appreciate you for being here, Samantha. I think that you're awesome, as well as Christopher. Thank you for the 5. And then Matthew, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal, saying day 8 of donating. Matthew, good to see you, my friend. Thank you for the $10. Alicia, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Alyssa with the $15 has been watching for a while now, but I'm always at work. Thank you for the train support as an FTM. Well, listen, I really appreciate you so much for the love. I would assume that the name on your PayPal account is your dead name. So I'm not going to ask the chat to use that name, but thank you so much for the $15 so much. As well as Joanna, thank you so much for the $7 over on PayPal as well. Thank you so much for the love.
What verse?
One moment. And then Hannah with the $5, Liam with the $5, Madison with the $5. Thank you guys so much. We are all caught up. Then over on Super Chat, Maddie, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, who says, did you see the Trump administration is doing regarding medical debt according to an article in AP today? Yes. No, they are. I think that they're like stopping, Biden's policy of like secluding and preventing your medical debt from impacting your credit score. Which, like, by the way, like, why would they do that? That just like screams evilness. As well as Neo, thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube. Appreciate you for that love, Neo. Show some love to Neo. Show some love to Maddie. Show some love to Peter. Show some love to all of our donors. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in the pinned message over on the YouTube stream. Now back to you, Mr. Beta. I'm asking you to read Leviticus 19, verse 33 through 35.
Okay. 19, verse 33.
Yeah, through 35. Let's hear it.
Let's do it. 33 through 35. And if the stranger dwells with you in your land, that's interesting, right? And shall not mistreat them. The stranger who dwells among you shall be to you as one born among you, and you shall love him as yourself, for you were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God.
By the way, the NIV translation of what word you're using there, stranger, is like foreigner. It kind of depends on the interpretation, but even your interpretation makes my point clear. So
that's
just to make sure, like,
wait,
you
wait.
agree with the scripture here. You do not think that undocumented immigrants should be treated any differently than citizens, right?
No, see, that scripture doesn't say that.
It does.
How do you take
away
away
the native born?
Wait, how do you take away that all of a sudden that laws have to be ignored?
How am I taking away that like laws have to be ignored? I'd say that laws have to change to be in accordance with the scripture.
Yeah, you treat them fairly.
Yeah, you treat them no differently than the native born. That's what you just read, correct?
So wait, are you saying you respect the word of God, and that's like?
I'm saying that if you respect the word of God, then of course you would have to hold respect and ordinance to Leviticus 19 verses 33 through 35 here.
Okay, well,
does that mean undocumented
mean,
immigrants fairly and to treat them no differently than citizens?
Does that mean that you can't kick them out of your country? Then they have to stay. Is that what you're saying?
I mean, shit. I feel like maybe a fair interpretation of Leviticus 19 here would be mass amnesty.
That's a fair interpretation. So, but you're saying that
I feel like an obvious. I feel like an obvious interpretation of it would be right is that you can't treat them terribly like the Trump administration is doing by deporting them without due process, blackbagging college students in the streets, taking them to ICE detention centers 1,000 miles away, right? But like, can we agree that it says to not treat strangers, foreigners, or undocumented immigrants any differently than native-born people in the land or citizens? Correct?
Yeah, you don't mistreat them. But
what? No, I'm clarifying. Does it say that you can't treat them differently and you have to treat them the same? Yes or no?
Yeah, you treat them good. Yeah.
No, not good. The same. Yes or no?
Not by law. No.
What? Read the verse again. Read verse 34 again.
Does that how do you
read verse 34? Read verse 34 again. Do it right now.
Okay. The stranger who dwells among you shall be to you as one born among you, and shall love him as yourself.
To be as one in the same as the one born among you, and to love them as yourself. Treat them the same as one. Treat them identically to how you would treat a native citizen.
That doesn't mean ignore law.
Well,
that doesn't mean ignore law.
Can we just agree that, listen, before we start interpreting, listen, calm down. Before we start interpreting this verse, can we just like agree on what this verse is saying? Okay, before we start like interpreting how we apply this verse, let's just agree on what it's saying.
Yeah.
Is it saying that you have to treat, right, undocumented immigrants the same as citizens?
Yes, treat them good.
No, not dude. I'm saying the same as citizens. Why aren't you hearing me? I've repeated this 10 times, and then I even had you repeat and reread the verse in the Bible, particularly Leviticus 19:34, where it says this. So I'm not saying good. I'm not saying fair. I'm saying the same as citizens. Yes or no?
No, not as citizens. No.
Then read it again. Then read it again, buddy, because that is exactly what it says. Read it again. Listen, okay. I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna read it for you. I'm gonna read it for you, and I want you to interpret this. So this is NIV translation. The foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born.
Yes.
So that means to treat them the same as the native born, right?
Yeah, treat them good.
No, not good. The same. Yes or no?
Yeah, the same. Good.
Okay. We have finally agreed that the Bible is telling you, shut up. We have finally agreed that the Bible is telling you to treat undocumented immigrants the same way you would treat citizens. Okay, so now that we've agreed that the Bible is telling you to treat undocumented immigrants the same way you would treat citizens, here's my question to you. Would you ever deport a citizen?
No.
And therefore, because you just agreed, and I could replay it, that according to the Bible, we have to treat undocumented immigrants the same as citizens.
There's some citizens
therefore, you would never deport an undocumented immigrant either, right?
Of course I would.
Okay, so therefore you're not treating them the same, and therefore you're in violation of God's law found in Leviticus 19.
That's your interpretation. I mean,
no, that's your interpretation. That is you agreed that the Bible says to treat them the same. You agreed to that.
It doesn't mean you ignore law, dude. Doesn't mean you ignore law.
It means that you have to build the law around what the Bible is saying, else it's anti-Christian.
Did Jerusalem have borders?
I'm so sorry. Your question is completely irrelevant to the common sense argument that I just made.
Jerusalem. That's totally.
Well, I'm so sorry.
According to the Bible,
what's the moral law of God? Jerusalem or the Scripture?
The Scripture is an outline of how we view the law.
Right. Exactly. So then we shouldn't be talking about Jerusalem.
That's where
we should be talking about the Bible. I'm going to repeat this for you one last time, and if you can't get it, I'm going to kick you, all right? Because I'm not here to talk to dense little boys like you. I'm here to talk with people with at least a 14th of a brain, okay? And you're like at like a 50th, all right? So once again, you agreed right? That Leviticus 19 here is telling you to treat undocumented immigrants the same way you would treat citizens. Okay, it says, the foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born. You agreed. You said this means you got to treat them the same way. I then asked you if you'd ever subject a citizen to deportation, and you said no. So therefore, because you agreed that we have to treat undocumented immigrants the same as citizens, it would logically follow that therefore you would never deport an undocumented immigrant in accordance with God's moral law found in the scripture. And then this stupid fucking question that you keep on asking me about Jerusalem, there's no relevance since Jerusalem is not the authority of the scripture nor moral law of God. Instead, it is the Bible that is the authority of the prescription of the moral law of God. And you agreed that the Bible says to treat undocumented immigrants the same as citizens. Do you understand, right, the perspective now, how you are actually logically forced into accepting that mass deportation is anti-Christian per the prescription of Leviticus 19 verse 34, and the fact that you think that we should never deport a citizen?
Wait, where do we find out that Jerusalem had borders? Oh, it was in the Bible. That's right.
Okay. So then you're saying that the Bible contradicts itself.
No. No,
Okay.
I'm saying you're extrapolating something you want, and I'm reading it the right way.
No, buddy, we already agreed on that interpretation.
No, we didn't agree.
Yes, we. Okay, so then go ahead and interpret this verse in a way that does not mean
I know
that.
we agreed
Don't interrupt me.
that a throuple is a great
Don't interrupt me. Go ahead and interpret this verse in a way that makes it clear that God is not telling you to treat undocumented immigrants the same as citizens. Leviticus 19, verse 34. The foreigner residing among you must be treated the same as your native born.
It doesn't mean you ignore the law. It means you treat people good.
The question is, does it mean to treat them the same?
Yeah, you treat them good.
I'm not asking you good. I'm asking you if it means to treat them the same.
You're extrapolating something. I mean, we're not going to.
I'm not extrapolating anything. I'm asking you a question.
Yeah, you
it's
are.
A yes or no question.
You're not.
When the Bible says the foreigner residing among you must be treated as your native born, the same as your native born, is it saying that we need to treat them the same? I mean, that's literally.
Yeah, it means you treat them fair. It doesn't mean you ignore law. That's what you.
I'm not asking you if it means we ignore law. I'm not asking you if it means we treat them fair. I'm not asking you if it means we treat them good. I'm asking you, it's a yes or no question. Does it mean that we treat them the same when it says, and I quote once again, the foreigner residing among you must be treated the same as your native born?
Yes, you treat them the same all along the confines of law. So.
You treat them the same.
Mm-hmm.
And if we treat them the same and you wouldn't deport a citizen, therefore in accordance with your interpretation of verse 34,
so you're saying laws don't matter because that verse automatically means open borders. Do you think that means one can leave?
I'm so sorry. Can you just tell me the issue here with my thought process? Okay, you said the Bible says to treat citizens the same as undocumented immigrants. Okay, and you said you wouldn't deport a citizen. Therefore, if we are to deport an undocumented immigrant, we wouldn't be treating them the same as a citizen. Can I get a yes or no?
Wait, so that means there's no borders?
No,
Is that
I don't want a straw man. I don't want a straw man. I want a yes or no.
Yeah, treat them good.
That's also not what I asked you. I wanted a yes or no to the question because the Bible says to treat them the same as citizens, and you would never deport a citizen.
It says,
right? Okay. Therefore, we should also not deport an undocumented immigrant, since that would be treating them differently than citizens. Yes or no?
Yeah, treat them good, bro. Get rid of all the foreigners.
Wait. We're not talking about treating them good. We're talking about treating them the same.
The same within the confines of law.
Yeah, and obviously the current law doesn't do that, so therefore the current law is anti-Christian and violates Leviticus 19, correct?
No, correct? You're extrapolating what you want it to mean. No, it doesn't mean...
Wait. You keep on repeating that line. Sir, you keep on repeating that line that I'm extrapolating something that I want it to mean. Sir, did we agree, right, both of us, that we both are interpreting Leviticus 19:34 to say that it means to treat undocumented immigrants the same as citizens?
Yeah, all within the confines of law.
What does that even mean? Treat them the same in the law.
It means you're respecters of the law as well. You treat them... It's talking about treating them.
Wait, if there's law in Colorado that says abortion is legal all 9 months, do you respect that law?
To respect the law, what?
The law in Colorado that makes abortion legal all 9 months?
No, I don't respect that law.
Wait, but I thought that you have to operate inside of the confines of the law. Isn't that your argument about Leviticus 19 and mass deportation?
Yeah, but when law turns around and advocates for murder, doesn't mean
Oh, so when law violates the scripture, then you don't respect the law. Well, that's kind of my point with mass deportation. I believe that mass deportation violates the scripture, particularly Leviticus 19, verse 34. What's your argument against that?
That you're wrong.
Okay, how am I wrong?
That it doesn't mean you ignore the laws of the land.
No, I'm saying that the law of the land is in violation of scripture.
No.
How so?
You're wrong.
How so? Because obviously mass deportation does not treat undocumented immigrants and citizens the same. It treats them differently. Therefore, it's violating Leviticus 19, verse 34, where it says to treat them the same.
Dude, we keep going over this, but that doesn't mean you ignore law. It means
you keep on saying that doesn't mean that you ignore law. Listen. I'm saying the law violates the scripture.
No, it doesn't.
Explain to me how it doesn't.
Because it doesn't mean open borders.
Okay, but it means to treat them the same. Listen, yes or no?
Yeah,
does mass deportation treat undocumented immigrants differently than citizens?
It's talking about treating people fair and good.
That's not the question I'm asking you. Does mass deportation treat undocumented immigrants differently than citizens?
Yeah, citizens is different, yeah.
Leviticus 19:34, the foreigner residing among you must be treated the same as your native born.
Yeah, that means it means you treat people fair and good. It's not a contradiction.
It literally says that you treat them the same. It literally says that you treat them the same.
Oh, so you're saying that verse means we cannot.
I'm saying it says that you treat them the same.
No, I know, but your takeaway from that is that means
my takeaway from that is that because the Bible says to treat them the same, and you agreed that mass deportation treats them differently, that it violates Scripture.
Does the Bible say that Jerusalem had borders?
Jerusalem's borders has nothing to do with this. And if it does, and you think that it advocated for Jerusalem treating immigrants differently, then therefore the Bible's contradictory.
If an American breaks the law, he's going to jail. I'm just saying.
Okay. What?
So
unless it's Trump and his 34 felonies, he'll go into the Oval Office. So now, American Miklo, do you want to respond to that? I'll go in this circle with you all day, my friend. It is contradictory. You agreed that the Bible says to treat undocumented immigrants the same as citizens, right? And then you agreed that mass deportation treats them differently. Okay? So if a law is treating undocumented immigrants different than citizens, and the Bible says to not treat undocumented immigrants differently than citizens, then that law is infringing on that scripture, right?
No, you're wrong. Jerusalem clearly had borders?
So wait, what does it mean to infringe on scripture? It means to act out of accordance with it. And obviously when the law is acting out of accordance with Leviticus 19:34 here, when it's treating undocumented immigrants differently, when the Bible so clearly says to treat them the same, I mean, it literally uses that word. Once again, the verse says, and I quote, the foreigner residing among you must be treated the same as your native born.
That's right, that your takeaway is also
R word. Oh, so do you think that Jesus would use the R word?
Maybe with you, I don't know.
Okay, all right. Yeah, well, we got like the 30 IQ idiot out of here. Yeah. By the way, Alpha, how do you feel about that guy being like, the star MAGA?
Well, I can't talk for him. I ain't gonna lie.
I mean, that guy was like very obviously like an idiot, but you understand that's like what Trump supporters are like.
I mean, I support Trump. I don't think I'm an idiot.
So let's prove it. Why do you support Trump?
Because I slam my dick in your throat, bitch ass.
You waited like 30 minutes to say that?
Shut your bitch ass up, pussy.
You waited 30 minutes?
Punch you in your mouth.
Yo, listen, bruh. I actually...
Shut your faggot ass up.
Jesus Christ, dude, waited 30 minutes for that? Man, listen, I honestly think that you're leaving this conversation losing. Holy fucking shit. He waited 30 minutes to say that. Dude, imagine waiting 30 minutes to say that you just want to like assault someone. Dude, holy oh my God, that's so weak and pathetic. Oh my God. Oh, dude, I'm fucking dead. Holy shit, I'm fucking dead, dude. Right? Not because like that little bit is gonna kill me, right? You can't do that. You said he wanted to. No, but I'm fucking dead because he waited 30 minutes to say that. Holy shit. What a total no-life loser. Okay? Imagine like wasting 30 minutes of your life being a good boy on mute while I'm talking to some insufferable Trump supporter. So just so when I do unmute you and I put my attention on you, you get to say that you want to beat me up. That's single-handedly got to be. And I don't say this often, okay? I have people come up here and say crazy shit all the goddamn time, okay? I don't say this often. That has to be one of the most single-handedly one of the most pathetic things that anybody has ever done on my stream. So pathetic. So pathetic. It's already pathetic to come up here and say that like off rip, you know, just you're an emotional man, whatever. Facts don't care about your feelings. I'm sorry that the facts piss you off. But to wait 30 minutes? Like astronomically pathetic. Holy shit, dude. We need to get that guy like a #1 loser award. Can we like crowd fund, right? The #1 loser award for that idiot? What's up? Do you support Trump, Rabbi?
Yeah, I don't support all his policies, but I do think he's been doing a good job. I just want to start by saying my English is not perfect. It's not my first language, so I'm sorry if I don't understand everything that you're saying.
Okay, yeah, there's a little bit of like background noise with the wind. I'll just try to deal with it. Bro, let me thank a couple people here, then I'll happily pass you the mic. I'm just gonna put you on mute while I am thanking a couple people here. Katie, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Katie with the $20 says, love what you're doing. Respectful, smart, and kind and educated. Well, thank you for the love, Katie. Thank you so much for your kind words. I want to see 200 KDWs down below in the chat. Thank you for the $20 and your kind words. As well as Janet, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you so much, Janet. Janet says, did you see now that the orange fuck muppet is vowing to find money for Snapple? Wait, his rapid response team on Twitter literally said earlier this morning that he can't do it. I wonder who's right and who's wrong. As well as Miguel, thank you for the $5 on PayPal. And Matthew with the $15 in for the #1 loser award. Appreciate you for that love, Matthew. Show some love to Matthew. Then Mai with the $5 says, bro, that last guy was so fucking dense. Yeah, he's unbelievably dense. Becky with the $6 and the 66 saying that the guest was dense. Unbelievably dense, as I already said. And then Tabitha, thank you so much for the $5. Silence with the $2 on YouTube. And Pamela with the $5. Appreciate you guys so much for the love. Once again, if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree, my bio on TikTok, and in the pinned message of the YouTube stream. All right, yeah, man, take it away. So why do you support Trump as president?
I think he's been doing a good job. I actually agree with the immigration policies. I'm an immigrant myself. My family's an immigrant, but I do agree you should deport illegal immigrants. Yeah. I have seen ICE do some bad jobs at some places, but overall, I think the message is good. I don't know. I feel like he's been doing a good job.
Question. What is one very specific positive material outcome of mass deportation on this country?
So I know that illegal immigrants have like a negative 68,000 deficit for like per family, per household, I believe. So I think it's more of to save money for the taxpayers.
I completely disagree.
I believe in where was it? It's one of the bureaus. I'm not too educated on this.
Yeah,
but I was.
See, the issue with this is all of like the alt-right sources that try to say undocumented immigrants are a fiscal drain on the economy, like to factor in citizens as undocumented immigrants. I'm not kidding, right? So some undocumented immigrants have children here that are citizens and are going to school, and they'll factor in the cost of the education for that child insofar as the total drain of undocumented immigrants on the economy. But listen, when we're considering the fact that they get no federal benefits, they only get limited benefits in 10 of our 50 states on the state level. According to the American Immigration Council, they contribute $1.1 through $1.7 trillion to the economy per year, and they pay over $100 billion in taxes per year, and they can't file for a tax return. So those that do pay taxes pay higher effective tax rates than citizens. It becomes clear that that's just simply impossible to be the case. And if you want to prove me wrong here, I'm going to give you the mic and the opportunity. But what you're going to need to give me is a source that demonstrates undocumented immigrants are a net fiscal drain on the American economy without factoring in for any expenses of any citizens.
Oh, yeah, I wasn't really educated on that. I was just going based off of like the Bureau of Labor Statistics. But I didn't know that they include like the children who are citizens. Is there a way to like actually calculate that?
I've never.
Do you have a good source?
I've never seen. sir, you got some background wind. I might have to kick you.
Oh, I can go inside. Give me a second.
Okay. Yeah. So I've never seen the Bureau of Labor Statistics do a study of this type. And I mean, you're the one that made the affirmative claim that they're a net fiscal drain. I just simply ask you for your source since it's your claim.
Well, that's where I saw it. It was one of the bureaus. I'm not 100% certain on which one.
So do you want to like?
But it was one of them.
I mean, do you want to like go do your research, find that, then come back? So so it's not like I'm not like trying to debate like a vague concept of an idea, but like more so like a legitimate source that I could pull up.
Yeah, I could do that. Can we also talk about what the last guy was talking about the Leviticus?
You have way too much wind, man.
Okay, I can turn off my camera and just like get close to the mic.
Yeah. Okay. If the wind stays an issue, I am gonna have to kick you and move on because it is really loud.
Okay.
Wait, why can you go inside? Like you said, you could go inside.
I'm gonna try to go inside. The door seems locked, but I'll see what I could do. Wait, does this sound better or is it still bad?
Let's try it out. Let's try it out. Okay. So, any other reasons why you support Trump as president? Because that's what I'd like to debate with you.
Yeah, but I kind of wanted to talk about that Leviticus thing that you were talking about earlier.
I'm sorry, man. We talked about that for like 45 minutes. It was like really insufferable. I'm just looking for like reasons why people
I heard
support
that.
Trump.
It was pretty bad.
Yeah. Do you have like a pro-Trump argument? Like I'm just like legitimately looking to like hold conversation about why Trump is a good president. I'd like to give you the opportunity to make an argument.
I think that deporting illegals is a good thing.
Okay. And once again, the question was, name one specific positive material outcome of mass deportation on this country, and then you couldn't name one. You tried to like half-ass some source that you couldn't really specify, and then I told you that, well, your source is likely wrong, including citizens. Then I went over like the specific sources like the American Immigration Council that like, you know, give reason to believe that you're wrong. And then we like ended that conversation on you saying that you'd have to go like look for that source. And then I was like, okay, so then you just want to come back later when you could find that source. And then you're like, well, I want to continue the debate now. And then I asked you, well, any other reasons why you think Trump is a good president? And then you just went right back to step one by arguing that, well, you like his mass deportation. So therefore, I'll just go right back to step two by asking, well, what's one specific positive material outcome of it that you could prove?
I do think safety is a big concern. And just knowing who is here and who these people are, I think that's really important.
Okay, so like identifying and knowing who's in the country, I agree that's something that is good for national security, sure. Well, we could actually achieve that goal faster through mass amnesty. The reason why we'd be able to achieve that goal faster through mass amnesty is because the undocumented immigrants would be more willing to cooperate with mass amnesty because it would help them, comparing with their unwillingness to cooperate with mass deportation because it hurt them. Therefore, we could do mass amnesty for a lower cost in a shorter period of time than mass deportation. Therefore, it would be a way to identify undocumented immigrants in this country significantly faster than the alternative of mass deportation. So in all reality, mass deportation is actually the most inefficient policy, right, in reaction to undocumented immigrants, insofar as attaining the goal of identification of the undocumented immigrants, when compared to alternatives like mass amnesty.
That does sound like a good solution, but would mass amnesty also come with mass deportation once you find out a lot of people are not good people?
Well, I mean, there'd be some level of deportation of like undocumented immigrants with prior violent offenses, pretty insane nonviolent criminal offenses, so on and so forth. But I don't believe that level would be high enough to call it a mass deportation.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dean, for having me here. I'll go and do some more research about what you're talking about because they're actually good ideas. I love you, bro. I'm a big fan. I'll see you later.
Well, I appreciate you for coming up, Rubai. You have a good one. All right, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Yeah, man. As soon as you do that research, like I said, feel free to pop back up here. I love it. Hey, what's up, Bella? Do you support Trump?
I'm so sorry. It lagged for a moment. I myself am actually not a.
Okay. Well, Bella, I hope that you have a great rest of your day then. We are just very specifically looking to talk to Trump supporters. Hope you have a good rest of your day, Bella. And I hope that you don't take me kicking you as like a symbol of disrespect or anything. In fact, it means that you're just way too cool to be in the live. Show some love to Bella down below. I always feel bad kicking people. I always do. Let's go to move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop in that queue if you are an American adult that supports Trump as president. We'll happily get you loaded up into the live right now. All right. Here we go. Who is next? I see somebody in the comment section spamming let me up, let me up, let me up. Their name is Vin Rose. I'm looking for them in the queue, but it just seems like impossible to identify them. Okay, we got John loading up in. We're going to try to get Vin Rose as well. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Hello, I'm 19.
You are.
Hello?
Very nice. Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And how old are you? Oh, well, you just said that you're 19.
I said 19.
Okay,
You want me to
yeah.
tell you the year
You're
and date?
good. Says it in your name. And you are MAGA?
Yes, I am.
Okay, why?
So first off, I just think he's a better candidate, like, overall, you know?
Okay. How is a guy that's like infringed on the Constitution 4 times in the last 8 months and sets forth a new national crisis nearly every week the better candidate?
Well, he's just better than her.
How so? Is it because she is a her? Is it because she's a woman?
Well, in the gospel, I feel like as a Christian,
Yeah. The
Um,
answer to the question is yes, right? You think that the fascist is better at running America than the woman because the woman's a woman.
well, I wouldn't.
Yeah, well,
It's
you want to
hard. I
describe
don't-
Trump as a fascist. Yeah, man. You think that men are better at leading than women, right?
Well, in the Bible, it kind of says it. I don't know how to. Sorry, I'm just embarrassed to be up here. I don't know.
I mean, I would definitely be embarrassed if I was you. Definitely. So, what are the very specific differences between men and women that make men better at leading than women?
Well, men are stronger.
Like physically?
And,
Like physically stronger?
and girls they're smarter, I guess.
Okay, so you think that men are stronger and smarter. Do you think they're stronger in like a physical sense? Is that what you're talking about? Like biceps?
Uh-huh. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, the
I
size
mean,
of
you're stronger. You're a good boy.
Sir, what?
I'm sorry. I love you, Dean. I'm not Trump.
We're gonna go and move on to the next guest, guys. Only hop in that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump as president. All right, we got Goldilocks loading up into the stream. I have a couple people to thank. Let's see. Where are we at? Holy shit, these people are insane. What's up? Do you support Trump? They're not here. We're gonna kick them. Yo, Jenna, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, can you please start playing the Access Hollywood tape where Donald Trump bragged about grabbing women by the P word without asking first and see how they defend that? I think I should throw that one in compilation to the Howard Stern and just have them like defend it all at once. I'll do that for one of the guests today. Thank you so much for the $10 in the idea, Jenna. Show some love to Jenna down below. As well as... idea, Jenna. Show some love to Jenna down below. As well as... idea, Jenna. Show some love to Jenna down below. As well as... idea, Jenna. Show some... Hello, Joshua. Do you support Trump? Joshua, you have about 5 seconds before you're banned. And banned. All right. Megan with the $10 over on Venmo says, how does MAGA always put Trump above God and then go to church every Sunday and call themselves a Christian? Yeah, you're asking the wrong fucking person, dude. We literally had a guy yesterday put Trump above God and renounce his Christianity to continue to defend Trump. It was insane. Thank you for the $10, Megan. What's up? Do you support Trump? 5 seconds are banned. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Banned. Moving on to the next guest, Eric. And oh my goodness gracious, Katie. Thank you so much. 1 second. I'm going to thank you in a second, Katie. This guest sounds like they're driving. Are you driving?
Yeah, I'm driving.
Banned, unfortunately, can't be driving on TikTok Live. But back to you, Katie. Thank you so much for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Holy shit, Katie. Thank you so much for the love. Katie with the 50 big ones says, thank you for what you do. You've given me a lot of facts and talking points when talking to my MAGA family and keep me entertained while I am at work. Keep up the good work in debating MAGA. Katie, that is so astronomically kind of you. Thank you so much for your love. I really appreciate you so much for your kindness. Show some love to Katie down below for the $50. Thank you about 1 billion times over. You are fucking awesome, Katie. That is an insane amount of love. So thank you so much. Show some love to Katie while we're looking for that next guest. As well as Mary. Thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. It's good to see you today, Mary. You are always hanging out with us. Huge shout out to you. And then over on PayPal, thank you so much. Let's see here. Tineth with a $1, Taylor with a 5, Sonia with a 5 saying keep being awesome, appreciate you so much, and then Dustin with a 1. All right, what is going on? Do you support Trump? Otherworld Store.
Nah, man, I don't. I'm really just a fan
Super based. I'm like I said to a couple guests ago. I apologize for kicking you. Just know that means that you were too cool to be on the live since we're only looking to talk to MAGA. Hell yeah. We're gonna go to put up the other prompt just for right now.
Oh
my god! Okay. Hi. Are you a Trump support? Well, I guess we'll never know. They left. Only hop in that queue if you were an American adult that supports Trump. What the fuck? Wait, this guy is back. This fucking weirdo's back.
It's
don't
baby again.
Don't do it again. No, don't do it again.
Baby loves you, Dean. I support you. I'm proud of you, Dean. Baby loves you, man.
Stop it.
Baby loves you.
No, stop it.
Yes.
No.
I love you.
Dude.
What you do is important. I'm a leftist. I'm a socialist. I love you.
Let's listen to
You're
what this...
great, Dean. Baby's so proud of you. Baby just wants you to succeed. Yeah. Yeah. Baby loves you. Baby loves you. Loves you.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. We're going to move on to the next guest. What the hell is that guy doing? Wait, did he start singing? I was kind of tuned out because I was looking at his videos. What, dude? What a weirdo. What a fucking weirdo. You're a goddamn weirdo. All right, dude. All right, you are weird. All right, Veronica, what's up? Do you support Trump? Veronica!
I got the goals.
Veronica! Are you? Can you hear me, Veronica? Can you hear me? Okay, all right. She can't hear me, so we're gonna move on to the next guest. Not a whole lot of Trump supporters in the queue today, unfortunately. We're running kind of dry today. I think it's because MAGA is going extinct. Did you just call me a quote unquote gay boy?
I'm Dean Withers.
Damn, they left. Damn, they flopped. I didn't even kick them. I was gonna let them finish their half-ass attempt at a stupid bad joke, and they couldn't handle the heat. Damn, dude. Didn't even have to open my mouth to fry them. Dear God, dude. Holy cow.
Put a girl on the phone. Put a girl on. Put a girl on.
I know exactly who you're talking about.
Put a girl on the phone.
You know he did that? He did that to the same Taco Bell for a year straight, and then it ended with him like trying to like attack him or something. I know exactly what you're talking about, Jake. I've seen that too. Moving on to the next guest. He's not a Trump supporter. We're going to go to get that next guest loaded up in here right now, you guys. We got Vin Raps connecting to the box, and CC, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, CC. CC with the $20 says thank you for supporting the trans community. Well, I appreciate you so much for your support. Thank you for the $20. Huge shout out to CC down below in that chat. That is CEE. Thank you so much for your kindness. By the way, welcome in, Vin. Do you support Trump?
Yeah, we talked before. Can you hear me good?
Yeah. How long ago did we talk?
Probably like 2 weeks, 3 weeks.
Yeah, listen. I'll happily have you up if we can't find somebody in like the next 10 minutes because we are seriously struggling to find a debate here. I'll talk to you again. I'm going to try to because, the usual rules are like, only talk to one person on one occasion. But I'll bend those rules for you just because we are not finding any Trump supporters. Let me know down below in that comment section if you're MAGA. Callum, thank you so much for the 20 euros on Super Chat, who says, hey, Dean, love from Scotland. I just wanted to let you know that I'm grinding out the Spotify episodes to get it to be my #1 podcast in my Wrapped. I listen while I'm working, and it makes days go faster. Dude, Callum, that's fucking awesome. You were chill as hell. Show some love to Callum. Dude, a huge shout out to you, Callum. Okay. What's going on, Trumpy?
So first, I'm American. You probably don't believe me, so I'm just gonna leave.
Okay, now short. Karma, are you a MAGA?
Yeah, I'm American. Yeah.
Thinly sliced potato. What do you call that?
Me?
You take a potato, You take a thin slice of it, you put it in the fryer. What comes out of that fryer?
A fried slice of potato? Nah. Okay.
No.
Wait.
No.
What
Think
was
about
it?
it.
Okay. Is it
Thin slices
an
of
apple?
potato.
You know, an apple. Is it an apple?
Are you fucking with me?
No. You know when you slice up apple, you have like a tiny slice of apple.
But I
Could
didn't
it be
say
that?
apple. I said potato.
Okay, that's one over my head.
Lay's. What do you call Lay's?
Lay's.
You know, like
Pebby sauce.
the thing that you buy in the bag from the grocery store. Eat them. Thin sliced potato. What do you call them?
Oh, potato chips. Potato chips.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. You're
Yeah.
subverting some of my my disbelief of your citizenship status of this country.
Yeah.
What time is it?
Okay, so I'd like to ask something. Yeah.
Oh,
It's about.
this is the question that cooks you. What time is it? And he's gone. And he's gone. And he left. Unfortunate. All right. You know, he almost had me there. He almost had me there by calling them chips. He almost had me there. Moving on. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Here we go, guys. Let me know down below in that comment section if you want to come up and have a debate. We are seriously looking for any and all Trump supporters that are of age in America to come up here and have a dialogue with us. Unfortunately, we're not really finding many right now. Hey, how old are you?
I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
Okay, and do you support Trump?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Why?
Well, I think that the law that he passed that men can't play in women's sports was pretty good.
Okay, all right. So I don't think that trans women are men. I think that trans women are women. But we can't have a direct conversation about that because of TikTok TOS. It gets a little bit rough. In fact, I'm actually surprised that we're not banned from the conversation I kind of had on the subject earlier. I want to ask you this question. Are you Christian?
Yeah.
God the Father, is he a man?
Yeah.
Does God the Father have a penis?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't. He's immaterial.
But Jesus does.
But I didn't ask you about Jesus. I asked you about God the Father.
Okay, but trans women have
Well,
men's abilities,
Can you answer?
like
can you,
physical
listen, Can you
abilities.
just answer my question? God the Father doesn't have a penis, right? But he's a man. Therefore, in order to be a man, you don't need to have a penis.
But
Oh, wait,
trans
one
women
second.
have
One second. How do I do like a mic drop? Is there a way to disconnect this? I don't know. Anyways. So you were just calling them men, right? But they're women, right?
yeah, but they have men's abilities, like physical abilities.
Okay.
So
all right.
like it's unfair.
So here's my question to you, because like once again, I don't know if we could have a direct conversation about that subject, because of the nature of TikTok TOS. We get banned for talking about trans individuals. What year are you born in, by the way?
2007.
Why is there people spamming that you're 12 in my chat?
I'm not, but I can leave if you want.
I mean, let me look on your account, see if there's any indicator of you being 12 or if they're just making shit up. You don't have much on your account, so it'll be quick. There's no indicator on your account that you're 12 and they're making shit up. Okay, I'll believe you. Just please don't violate that trust. Okay, so let me ask you this question. How many trans women are there competing in the NCAA?
I don't know, maybe like 10.
Yeah, right on the money. 10 or 11. Donald Trump has been accused of raping more women than there is trans women in the NCAA. He's committed nearly 3 times as many felonies as there is trans women in the NCAA. And it's funny because you're like, I don't want quote unquote men to race against women, but I'm fine if my favorite president rapes those women.
Well, first of all, that's not okay from Trump, but it's still like unfair to like people who are competing and training and stuff, and then they go to compete, and then there's a biological man that's like gonna beat them, maybe because they have different abilities.
And what I'm saying is that I think, right, even from your perspective, there's like significantly like overriding concerns here, even if you hold on to that view, right? Do I personally hold your view? No, I disagree. I think the effects that HRT can have on the anatomy and biology of a body are completely transformative, and studies have demonstrated since the 90s that they rule out any biological advantage. But even if, right, I don't describe that view to you, if I don't debate that view with you, assuming that you're right, what matters more? Getting 10 trans women outside of the NCAA, or ensuring that we're not cutting off healthcare to 10 million low-income Americans, or food stamps to 41 million low-income Americans, or necessary healthcare to 66 million American women and girls, or keeping a president out of office that has boasted about sexually exploiting little girls and naked grown adult women, has been accused of raping 26 women, has committed 34 felonies, said he'd date his daughter if he wasn't his daughter, sexualized a 10-year-old girl, so was best buddies with Epstein and was sending him letters, right, depicting the naked body of the outline of a girl or woman, and is actively defending, right, the predators of much more than 10 women by calling it an act of hostility to vote for the release of the Epstein files and against the administration to vote for the release of the Epstein files in Congress, and having his self-described quote-unquote puppet Mike Johnson, the Speaker of the House, delay and obstruct the swearing-in ceremony of a new Congresswoman from the 7th District of Arizona that is pledged to be the last and final vote required to force the release of the Epstein files in the House.
Yeah, so I don't agree that Trump is the greatest president, but like the point was that like in the NCAA or something, like teams might be losing because like biological men are playing against them and they have advantages.
Okay. Obviously, everything that I just said went over your head because I said too much, so I'm going to condense it down to 10 seconds or less. If Kamala Harris was president, there'd still be trans women in the NCAA, but 41 million Americans wouldn't have their SNAP benefits rescinded, and 10 million low-income Americans would still have access to Medicare. So what matters more, kicking 10 trans women outside of the NCAA or ensuring the ongoing providence of healthcare to 10 million low-income Americans and food stamps to 41?
The second one.
There you go.
Okay, thanks for answering my question.
So do you still support Trump?
No.
Perfect. Moving on to the next guest. Here we go, everyone. All right. Let's go and get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box. Y'all, we got Travis Harris connecting to the stream. Oh, we're getting Mr. Travie up here. There's a couple people I'd like to thank. Shelby, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo. Appreciate you for that love. Shelby with the $20 has been watching for a while and so grateful to you. Gives me hope and keeps me emotionally, I can't read that. But Shelby, thank you so much for the $20. You know what I can't read. Show some love to Shelby for the $20 down below. As well as Ducky. Thank you so much for the $20 as well on Venmo. I didn't see that, but I'll check it out. Appreciate you so much for the love. Show some love to Ducky and Shelby for the $20 each. And then Dylan with the $10. Thank you so much for the love. I keep seeing this guy on TikTok named Patriotic Trench. I also keep seeing that you debated the guy. I wondered if... Dylan, the rest of your message cut off. I'll have to look at it on my computer, but thank you for the $10. I'll load that up right now. And I do know who Patriotic Trench is. He's an idiot. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
Are you talking to me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Awesome. Before we hop into our debate, let me finish reading out Dylan's message here with the $10 saying, I wonder if you remember when you debated him, and if you did, so I could watch him get embarrassed. Love you, Dean, and keep being awesome. So Dylan, I do remember debating Patriotic Trench. I don't remember the specific date, but I do know that it was the very first conversation of the stream. So if you just go back to my VODs on YouTube, you maybe skip to like 15 minutes in on every single one from like the last 2 weeks, you'll be able to like just quickly find and identify his voice very quickly, because it will be like going at like 15 minutes in since using that first convo, as well is Lexi. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for that love, Lexi. And then Lindsay, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for your kindness there, Lindsay. Pamela, thank you so much for the $5 over on Super Chat. George with the $5 over on PayPal saying I super admire you. Appreciate you so much for that love, George. You were awesome. Georgette, sorry. Thank you for the love, Georgette. And then Catherine, thank you for the $5. And Aiden with a 1. All right, we're all caught up. If you're watching right now and you do want to support me, folks, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal through the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pinned message of the YouTube Super Chat. I get a notification on my phone when you send a donation through, and I could read off your name, the amount, and any and all attached messages and give you a shout out. But Mr. Travis, take it away. Why the hell do you support the worst president of your life?
Okay, well, one, I don't consider him the worst. I've seen a lot worse.
That's what we're here to debate.
Right. Biden, I mean, come on. Really? He literally couldn't talk, and he literally could not even walk up or down anything. Plus,
but you know what he could do? You know what he could do? He could and did pass some of the best domestic policy we've seen in modern American history. That's a win in my book.
Yes. Yes, I agree with that. I will agree with that. And I have seen some of his policies. And I do see some of Trump's policies I don't like. So that's why I'm here. Okay. The last thing I just listened to your debate on with the young lady, you were talking about God, and you were talking about whether or not he had a penis, correct?
Yes, we were talking about if God the Father had male genitalia. Yes.
Okay. Well, here's the thing about that. One, no one that we know of has went up there and actually met him and come back to Earth, correct?
Well, the Bible tells us that he's immaterial, so we know that he wouldn't have a penis since a penis is material.
Right, so we wouldn't know whether God the Father, the only reason we know of him as the Father is the fact that he is called God the Father by everyone, correct? So we don't know whether or not he's called by, like, a man or a woman.
Oh, so you're okay with like referring to individuals as he, him without knowing about like their sex or gender identity? So then why don't you respect the pronouns of trans people?
I do respect the pronouns of trans people. It doesn't bother me at all.
All right, so let's talk about something we disagree on, my friend.
All right, the only thing I disagree with is the Trump thing, is the fact that, yes, the man was a billionaire. We all knew that when he got voted in. And the reason a lot of us voted him in is because we were looking at having no money in this country, and he was a businessman. We were hoping for, not the way he did his businesses, but that the fact that he has brought us some money into this country, pretty good amount of money. Now, I'm not going to say he's done it all right.
I don't think he has.
But
I don't think he has. I think that he's been
lying.
No,
definitely not.
I think that he's been.
Has,
I
really.
think that he's been straight up lying about the investments.
I would say some of them definitely, but what person have we not caught recently in our politics that hasn't lied? Did we not just catch somebody who was like, what, $60 million or something that they took out of the SNAP program that they just caught? Or was it multiple people?
What person has the authority to like take $60 million out of SNAP to pay themselves?
Apparently it's something big. They just took down a couple of supposed federal officers.
No person has the ability to do that.
No, it was multiple. It wasn't one. This is
so
huge.
some people are like defrauding USDA. Well, I mean, listen, I don't know if what you're saying is true or not, but what I will say is if somebody were to defraud USDA, throw them in jail, right? Do you agree?
Well, that's the thing. These are federal people. These aren't just like me and you or people that work.
Can you agree if somebody like defrauded, some federal employee working at the USDA defrauded USDA and literally took money out that was supposed to go to food stamps, that they should be thrown in jail?
Damn right. In a heartbeat.
But if they rape a woman and it's proven by a civil court, they should be thrown in the Oval Office. Why do you hold significantly different standards?
Was it proven? Hold on. Was it actually proven that it was done? Was there any actual proof from witnesses, or was it just a court? That's my question.
Well,
I mean, there's a reason behind
courts
that.
require proof to determine guilt.
Yeah, but we've seen a lot of things where there was no proof in the court system whatsoever, and people were let go of some of the craziest things in the last couple of years I've ever seen, including rapes and murders.
So you're saying that courts can sometimes be wrong. So how do you know that the court is
wrong? I'm saying the justice system is broken.
Oh, okay. So you don't trust the justice system. So do you support Trump's mass deportation?
I support it if they are illegal.
Well, then how could you ever possibly support mass deportation considering the fact that it is that broken and unreliable justice system that we are entrusting to determine if somebody is or is not an undocumented immigrant? Since you think the justice system is so unreliable, broken, and does not operate off of proof nor facts, then how could you ever possibly support mass deportation considering the fact that we're using this unreliable system to potentially deport somebody as an undocumented immigrant that in all reality is a citizen?
Well, as you can tell, he's not doing it the normal way anybody's ever done it before. It's actually not a great way, but it is a way. Is it not working? Is he not deporting lots and lots of people?
Well, the only
Now, I'm
way it
not
could
saying it's all
possibly
good.
be working, right, was, if you entrusted the courts to be able to reliably determine if somebody's a citizen or not, right? But you just told us
Now,
that you
how
don't
can we
entrust
do
courts at
that?
all.
How can we do that when we have?
But by the way,
so many
I disagree that it's working
Republicans
because I'm
and
not
so
a big
many-
fan of it.
I got you. All right. Well, on that we can disagree to agree to disagree.
But we
I
can't
do
agree
see
to
that
disagree
there's
on
a
that because you
problem.
just got done arguing that our courts are so totally unreliable. If they're so unreliable, then why do you entrust them to reliably determine who is and is not an undocumented immigrant?
Because I can trust that they can see with their own eyes a piece of paper, but I can't trust multiple people in our political judicial
Okay,
system
so
to
you
do
trust
the right thing.
so you trust the courts, right, that are determining if somebody's an undocumented immigrant or not, would be examining the evidence and proof for residency or citizenship. So then why do you think that the court that adjudicated Donald Trump as a rapist didn't do that at all and just simply gave him that guilty ruling with no evidence?
Now that I have not heard enough on, and you might be right, I'll have to look into that because I did not hear it exactly explained that way. I did not hear that case at all, actually. There's a lot of things I don't hear. I'm sure a lot of people keep up with.
Right, but listen, all that I'm saying, man. And by the way, has any court ruled that federal employees took money out of USDA?
That's what I'm hearing. That's what I don't understand. I just saw it
what's
today.
the court? What's the court? What court ruling was that?
I don't know if it was a court ruling or if they just went after these people. I have no idea. It's like the way I
it's
heard
an
it.
allegation. So you think
So
you
far
think an
from what I see,
allegation
it's
is
an
more
allegation,
reliable
but-
than the outcome of a civil court?
Right. But I don't see this. I'm just seeing it
In what
be
world?
a huge allegation.
In what world could we say that an allegation is more reliable than a guilty ruling? Right. And
Well,
by
it's
the
very
way,
simple.
if you
Why
think
are you
that
on TikTok?
if you think that
Hold on, why are you on TikTok?
Why am I on TikTok? Because Donald Trump extended the TikTok ban. What does that have to do with your silly statement that an allegation is more reliable?
Do you trust being able to talk to
a?
a normal person like I'm talking to you, or do you trust your media?
I'm really confused on what you're asking me.
Well, what did you just say to me?
I said that you're kind of silly because you don't trust the guilty ruling from a civil court that determined Donald Trump as a rapist, but you do trust the allegation that apparently some federal employees, right, were pulling money out of USDA to line their pockets, meaning that you think that an allegation is more reliable than a ruling from a court. But honestly, right, even though that's insane, if we work within the parameters of that, because you think an allegation is more reliable than the guilty ruling of a court, and 26 women have alleged that Donald Trump has raped them, you think Donald Trump is a serial rapist.
I think there's something behind that I would like to know more about. I would like more proof on that, yes.
But I just thought
if
you
that
said an
is the
allegation is enough proof to believe it. What could more proof possibly be? Like, wouldn't more proof be them getting a guilty ruling that he raped them in court? But you already said that those are less reliable than the allegation in the first place.
If there were 26
now
women on a man that didn't have $1 billion,
now we're all over the place. Now we're all over the place. Holy fuck! No. Listen, we're seriously all over the place now because on one hand you said that an allegation is more reliable than the ruling of a court, and now you're saying, well, an allegation isn't reliable enough, and you're going to need more evidence. But an allegation with evidence processed through a court would be the ruling that E. Jean Carroll got, which was the ruling that Donald Trump was guilty of raping her, and you don't trust that. It's a big circle.
Was he convicted?
This is all nonsense. He was found guilty
Was
by
he-
9 jurors. Yes, yeah, they determined his guilt.
Oh, he was found non-guilty. So that
no, he
means
was
not
found.
convicted.
No, he was found guilty.
Oh, he was found guilty by jurors. Okay,
Yes.
that right there, I did not know that. I need to look into that too. There are a few things I got to look into. Me and my sister argue over this. We have these, but this is why I talk with her because she doesn't like Trump either. So we speak on these things. I just don't hold bias like a lot of right-wing people do. There's no reason to. We can't talk if we don't. There's always going to be some bias, but we have to be able to talk to each other in order to get somewhere in this country.
Hey,
Agreed.
Faith, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love, Faith. Faith with the $25 says, my bird is sitting on the keyboard listening to you. He's lived out, apparently. Bro, W lived out bird in the chat. Appreciate you for the $25, Faith. Thank you so much for your kindness. Seriously, I really appreciate you. Show some love to Faith and Faith's bird. As well as Eric, that is ERIK. Thank you for the $20 on Venmo. Who says, did you see Trump's new crown from South
Dina,
Korea?
You got to go.
You got to go?
Yeah, I got my wife and daughter in the car. We've been waiting. I was just trying to get this real quick. I didn't know it'd be this long, but I do appreciate talking to you. You have given me a few things to research on, actually.
All right, well, you take care, Travis. Thank you so much for the $25, Faith, and the $20, Eric. And yes, Eric, in response to your question, I did see that about Trump's crown from South Korea. I also saw a panel of Trump supporters calling him king and laughing about it, pissing off the liberals. Appreciate you for the $20, Eric. And then Caitlin, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you so much for your kindness. And Priscilla, thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat, saying, do you know how much money we will be losing once the Trump admin is over and we'll have to take his employees to court for breaking the law? Like ICE agents, or LICE agents, as they say. All of the investigations, time in court, and payout to victims. Oh my God, this country could go bankrupt with all the suits of all the illegal shit his administration employees are doing. For real, appreciate you for the $20, Priscilla, as well as for everyone hanging out with us on YouTube. You guys should drop a like on the stream. We got 4.4K people, 1.3K likes. Dr. X, do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Okay, Dr. X, let me ask you a very clear question. Are you a patriot?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and dude, true patriots, true American.
Yeah!
True American USA. Yeah. Oh, you're getting me hyped up. Do true American patriots. Do true American patriots support the Constitution?
I got a good question for you, man.
After you answer my good question, do true American patriots support the Constitution?
Mine's good, man. I swear mine's good. Mine's good.
Okay, I have my mouse on the kick button.
Okay, sorry. Who would win in a boxing match? You or Trump? Be honest.
Definitely me. But we're going to move on to the next guest because it is not kind to imagine beating up senile 80-year-old men. All right. We're going to move on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. We got them connecting right now. We got Ambush loading up in. Here we go. Hey, what's going on, Ambush?
What's up, fella? Do you feel safe these days, Dean?
I feel very safe. Have you been able to find my address yet?
Dean, did you lie about your girlfriend and the BB gun thing?
No, I didn't.
Why isn't there a case number involving that incident, Dean?
There is a case number involving that incident. In fact,
what's it start with?
Why would I fucking tell you?
Oh, hey, why were you silent from September 10th to September 15th?
I don't think I was. I was on 4 of those 5 days. I think I took 1 day off.
Oh.
But anyways, have you found my address yet?
Buddy, that's old school stuff. So how you been, for real?
Are you driving?
Would I be on TikTok if I was driving?
Totally.
That's against rules and regulations,
I don't
Dean.
think that you follow rules.
Why would you ever say that?
Because you are you. You tried to like find my address to come and kill me for like 2 years.
Buddy, your address is very simple, and you should be more aware that it's very easy to locate.
Exactly. Are you the one?
You saw, for instance,
are you the one that swatted my old
girlfriend
house?
Allegedly got shot by a BB gun.
Right, and the only reason you know that is because I allegedly shared it on the internet.
Well, no, you did share it. That's not alleged.
I know. It's also not alleged that she was shot with a BB gun. See what I'm doing here?
Yeah. So, but for real, how you been though? For real?
No, I've just been great. So, have you been able to find my address yet?
Why do you ask rhetorical questions?
It's not a rhetorical question. I bring you like you're always in the queue. You watch me all day. I just bring you up like every 3 or 4 months to get a status update.
Are you sure it's me though watching?
Yes, it is. Like, I mean, do you not remember our conversations like a year, 2 years ago when you're like, oh, here's the name of like a park in the city that you live, even though I'd like shared the city where I live publicly. Like, ooh, is your door white and brick?
Nah, green.
All that. Green. Yeah, remember all that?
Green trip. Remember you wouldn't show us the camper in the backyard? Yeah, that was funny.
Well, exactly, because I don't have a fucking backyard.
Wait.
Fucking
remember
hell.
when?
Fucking
remember
hell,
when
yeah.
you said?
Maybe that's why I won't show you the camper in the backyard, Ambush. It's because I don't have a backyard.
With mommy. When you lived at home with mommy before your little apartment there.
Are you talking about my childhood house?
You knew the exact house. Remember? We said, come on, just peek out the
not
window.
my childhood house also didn't have a camper in the backyard. But listen, dude, if you're gonna try to stalk me, I mean, you shouldn't be wanting to stalk where I lived 5 years ago, right? Like, what is that gonna do good for you?
Do you know the definition of stalking?
You? Yes, I do.
Hey, on a different note, do you think it's good that what is it?
Guess we'll never know what he wanted to say next. Moving on to Richard James. Here we go. Here we go, folks. Timothy, oh, excuse me. Thank you for the $5 over on PayPal saying, love your debates. Thank you, Timothy. And then Katie, thank you for the $5 on Venmo saying, I'm trying to educate myself and form a solid opinion. I love to debate and talk. Love Katie. Yeah, Katie, hop in that queue for your mag. I'd love to have you up. Thank you for the $5. What's up? Do you support Trump? Richard.
Yes, I do.
Richard, why is that?
I mean, he's just the GOAT, man. I mean, just look at him.
He's the greatest of all time. Just look at him. Well, when I look at him, I see a pretty pretty sick man. I don't see the GOAT.
Why?
Dude, I repeat these reasons like a billion times a day. Let me see if I could find things that I don't repeat often. Well, because he advocated for SCOTUS to overturn Roe v. Wade, today 60 victims of rape that were impregnated by that rape are denied access to abortion in 10 of our 50 states every 24 hours. What's like another thing? Oh, his quadruple attack on like low-income Americans, taking their health care, taking their SNAP benefits, and then fucking them over with the tariffs that disproportionately negatively affect them. Is attack on like constitutional rule of law, calling people patriots that smeared shit on the walls of the Capitol and tried to kill cops too. Then you let them out of jail and infringed on the 1st, 2nd, 14th, and 22nd Amendment. None of that shit screams GOAT. It kind of screams traitor.
Okay, but hey, listen. How do you know the girls were raped? Huh? Like, how do you know? Is it like, was it like?
I didn't.
Did they know? They could just be saying it. You never know. You know what I'm talking about?
So we're talking about women, right?
Yep.
That reported rape, and then
They
went to
reported.
get
There it is. They did.
and
You know
then
what I'm
went to
saying?
get an abortion because they were raped.
How do you know? Was it like on video?
Because I believe them. Because they reported rape, and then they went to get an abortion.
But like,
and then
can't
gave
like
that
every
reported
girl
reason.
say they were? Can't like every girl say they were? And there's, oh yeah, you can get abortion because you just said it.
So do you think those 60 women a day are lying?
They could be. How would I know?
Okay. Well, I mean, I think
They could be. They could not. You know
I
what I'm
think it's
talking about?
incredibly more likely that they're telling the truth. I mean, like only 2 to 7% of reports
But
of
like,
rape are
what if a
inevitably,
girl
like,
they just want to have
proven
some
false.
fun, and then they want an
Well,
abortion? They
listen,
don't want a kid. They're like,
like,
oh,
I
I
mean,
got raped.
we're talking about stats here. Only 2 to 7% of reported rapes are ever like proven false. So therefore, like vast majority, over 90%, right, are true. Correct?
Yep.
Okay. All right. So because vast majority are true, right? Assuming that your skepticism here is accurate, when in all reality I deem it as misogyny, was to be the case, then this just means that sure, right? Maybe there's not 60 pregnant victims of rape that access abortion every single day that are denied by the Trump admin overturning Roe v. Wade, but there's instead only 53 through like, I don't know, like 50 through 53.
What 50 through 53 people were or weren't? I don't know. What
Right? Like assuming that your misogynistic skepticism is true, then it's not 60, then it's 50. All of a sudden, still yet, according to your misogynistic logic, 50 women that were raped and then impregnated because of that rape try to access abortion every single day in 10 states in our country and are denied.
They said they were raped. There was no proof, right?
No, that's going to be the 90% that are not proven false, right? Because do you remember how we did, like, you have a small brain, I'll repeat it, right? We just went over how like only like 2 to 7% of individuals that report rape are ever like proven false as like a false allegation, thereby like over 90% are true. And if we assume that statistic to be true of the 60 pregnant victims of rape that are attempt to access abortion every single day in this country, we apply your misogynistic logic, well then all of a sudden there's still yet 50 apparently true victims of rape that were impregnated because of it that try to access abortion every single day in this country.
Yeah, so that's 50. Like you said, assumed. Yep, you said assumed that we assumed they were raped. Not they were. That we assumed.
No, we're assuming your logic.
You didn't say that. You said they assumed they were raped.
That's what I said. You just probably misunderstood me because you're not that smart.
You're talking at like 8 times speed right here, man. Slow it down.
I know. It's not crayon on paper, so you don't get it. I'm sorry. This isn't 5th grade, buddy.
It's pronounced crayon, buddy.
This isn't 5th grade, buddy.
Okay. Like you said there's 60 girls, but now it's 50.
So what do you think a woman would need to do in order to prove a rape?
There's got to be, there's like such things like video, security cameras, you know what I'm talking about?
Okay, so usually when people are raped, they aren't raped in front of a camera. But unfortunately, sometimes they are, okay? Right? Let's not overlook that. But in a vast majority of scenarios, they aren't.
Then how would we know they were raped?
Then how do we know that they're raped? I mean, I'd say by believing them. There's not much incentive to like lie about rape, but like definitely there's going to be evidence for rape like outside of video, right? Like if there wasn't evidence for something occurring outside of it being recorded, right, then you're saying that the criminal justice system is instrumentally flawed, right? Because like 99% of crimes that are proven within it are not proven with direct video evidence.
Sorry, I got muted. Someone muted me.
But I think that we should just believe victims, right? Believe women.
So let me tell you this.
I think doing anything else is just perpetuating rape culture. But what about this? What if like a woman didn't just claim that she was raped, but then proved it in a court of law? Then would you believe her?
If it's proved by a court of law, why wouldn't you? Because it's the law.
So if it was proved in a court of law, right, 9 jurors unanimously, would you believe it?
If it's proved by a court of law, yes, because it's the law.
Okay, so then you agree that Trump's a rapist because that's exactly what happened to him in 2023.
Let me tell you this, sir.
I don't want you to tell me anything. I just want to hear like a yes or a no. Because you just said if a woman proves her rape in court, then you will believe her. That's what E. Jean Carroll did to Donald Trump. So do you believe E. Jean Carroll?
Nope. She's a liar. Okay, let me tell you this.
Wait, but she proved it in court. I thought you just said that you'd believe a woman saying that she was raped if she proved it in court. That's exactly what E. Jean Carroll did.
You said jurors, right?
Yeah, 9 unanimous jurors ruled that Donald Trump had raped her.
Okay, that's good. It's cool.
Okay, so then you believe that Donald Trump raped her, correct?
If it was proven, yep, but...
Okay. So it was proven, right? You could just go on Google.
Was it proven by the court of
Trump
law?
v. E. Jean Carroll. Yes, the civil court, yes.
Okay, can I say my thing now?
Well, I mean, after we could clarify that you do indeed
I just
accept that
said
Trump
yes
is a
like
rapist.
15 times.
Okay, so then you support a rapist as president?
I mean, he is president, right?
He is president. So you support a rapist as president, right?
I mean, shit, I guess so.
Okay, so why do you support a rapist as president?
I mean, can I say... you didn't let me say my point first.
Yeah, feel free. Make your point. Why do you support somebody that you think is raped a woman as president?
This was before, like, you said all this stuff about the girls, like, accusing. So, say there's a loving couple, you know, they're just having some fun all the time, and then, oops, the girl gets pregnant, and she's like, oh, my God, I got pregnant.
I think that you're going to need to respond to my question. I feel like you're pivoting.
Well, you told me to ask my question after, and then you just, like, blah, 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 all the way on, and we're on a whole other subject.
I asked you to give you a reason why you support Donald Trump as president, even though you think he's a rapist. Oh, do you support his mass deportation?
Is that like just getting all the illegals out of the country? Yep, because they're illegal and they don't have freaking official documents, buddy.
So if somebody commits a misdemeanor, send them out of the country. If somebody rapes a woman, make them the leader of the country? Isn't that a little bit hypocritical?
You serious right now, bro?
Yeah, I am.
You just said those completely different things.
I know. One is a victimless crime that doesn't hurt anybody and actually makes this country better. One is one of the worst crimes that any person can commit.
If an illegal does it, it's perfectly fine that someone is not in the country illegally.
If an undocumented immigrant comes into this country and breaks federal law in committing that misdemeanor, yeah, I don't think it's wrong.
Send them out of here because they're not legal.
So if somebody breaks the law and commits a misdemeanor, get them out of the country. If somebody breaks the law and rapes a woman, make them the leader of the country.
You're not saying you just said.
I just want to clarify. Is that what you believe in? Is that what you believe in?
Believe in what?
If somebody commits a misdemeanor, send them out of the country. If somebody rapes
you're
a
not.
woman,
You're saying if someone you're making it so. If an undocumented immigrant does, why would they be in the country? Why? Tell me why.
Why should they stay in the country? Because they're beneficial for the country. Right, and I think
but
that mass
are they
amnesty,
legal?
which would be offering them a pathway to residency or citizenship, would be beneficial. Now that I've answered your question that is a pivot, I would now appreciate it if you'd respond to my point of hypocrisy that is able to detail your view.
But is our president a legal citizen?
He's a rapist, and the question is:
is he a legal citizen?
He's not an undocumented immigrant, but that was not the
then
question.
There we go. Why should he? Why should we kick him out
of the galaxy? I, in fact, never said that we should kick him out of the country.
You just whoa. You were like, oh, if someone rapes a guy and someone commits a crime, which one should we send out of the country?
It's not what I said at all. I'm so sorry that you can't comprehend my words. I'll repeat them. So you said if somebody breaks the law and commits a misdemeanor, then they should be removed from the country. But if
they're non-documentary, yes,
and rapes a woman, then they should be made the leader of the country. Isn't that quite a hypocritical double standard? In one scenario, you want to bring the fist down and punish a victimless crime to an extent that will destroy this country, reduce our GDP by 1.1 through 1.7 trillion dollars per year, according to the American Immigration Council, reduce our government revenue by $100 billion per year, according to the IRS, and destroy and erode the moral fabric of this country, separating families, kidnapping naked children and throwing them in the backs of U-Haul vans, deporting people without due process, blackbacking college students, taking them to detention centers, and illegally deporting people like Abrigo Garcia, where they're beaten, tortured, and starved in CCOT for 3 months. But if somebody like rapes a woman, then you want to be able to like give them the ability to serve as the president of the country, give them the power to infringe on the Constitution, break the First, Second, 14th, and 22nd Amendment in 8 months, and also give him the power to attempt to then turn around and ask his own lawyer, who's the head of the DOJ, for $230 million for all the $230 million for all the emotional distraught that he experienced during the last 4 years when he was being prosecuted fairly by the Biden DOJ. I just want to clarify, like, you think that all makes sense? You don't think that's hypocritical?
Are you done?
Yeah, man, I cooked. Would you like to answer my question?
I didn't really see a question in there. I just heard a lot of yapping, buddy. Can you sort it down?
Yeah, for sure. I'll go 5 words with crayon on paper.
Yep.
Okay? So, isn't it hypocritical to say that if somebody commits a misdemeanor, we should remove them from the country, but if somebody rapes a woman, we should make them the leader of the country?
Undocumented immigrant, he should be out. Stop saying someone that you're just making it like, oh, if an American citizen does it, we should kick him out. That's what you're trying to give me. You're trying to rage bait me, buddy. It ain't gonna work.
Okay. All right. Well, I mean, I'm just trying to ask you a question. It doesn't look like you're gonna answer it. How many continents are there?
Also, what does POS mean?
How many continents are there?
I think there's like 7.
Can you name them?
North America, South America, Asia, Antarctica, Africa, Europe. What does POS mean, by the way? Try to get that out there. Wait, is the North Pole a continent?
You missed Australia.
Just a joke.
All right, we're gonna move on to the next guest. He missed Australia. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. Dude, we are talking to some of the dumbest motherfuckers alive. I swear to God. Dude. It's like they try to come up here and rage bait me, but I'm just so used to talking to them, it just like it doesn't work. What's up? Do you support Trump, John?
I'm excellent, Jordan. I'm sorry, Dean.
Oh, no worries. No worries. You take care. Don't worry. Oh, I almost just ended the YouTube live on accident. We're going to move on to the next Trump supporter right now. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be an American adult that supports Trump. We got Derek loading up in. While we get Derek loading up in, Lars, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says you're great and listening to you makes my day, but fuck, I'm so tired of hearing people fight abortions, none of their business, and defend rape or victim blame. Dude, it's been every single guest for the last couple of days, Lars. I'm right there with you. Thank you for the $10. What's up? Do you support Trump, Derek?
No, but I'm a great fan.
Hey, man, I appreciate you for that love. Shout out to you, man. I also want y'all to show some love to Shay, down below in that comment section. That is SHEA for the $50 donation over on Venmo. Shay, thank you so much for your kindness. Holy shit. Yeah, no, seriously. While we're looking on getting this next guest in here, just show some love to Shay down below, both on TikTok and on YouTube. Shay with the $50 says, GG today. Thank you for fighting the fight. Well, I appreciate you for that love, Shay. Yeah, we are back at it again, quite frankly, as per usual. I'm kind of getting a little bit tired of it, though. You know, tired of these same old arguments every single day, every single guest. But what's up, Kenny? I'm gonna remove you. You sound young. But I seriously really do appreciate you for the $50, Shay. If you want to support me, by the way, and you're watching, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio on TikTok and in the pin message on YouTube. But what's going on, Katie? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do.
Age, please.
I'm 18.
Can you unmuffle your mic? It's very muffled.
Oh, I don't know. Is it better? I don't know how.
Oh, there's something covering it. What year are you born in? Okay, well, while she's trying to fix her mic, quickly, Allie, thank you so much for the $30 over on Venmo, who says, these quote-unquote, how do you know, guys, make me sick, bro. Allie, I could not agree more. They're fucking disgusting. Appreciate you for the $30, and it is so good to see you again, as well as Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the 5, and Sammy, thank you so much for the 20. Sammy with the $20, thank you so much for the love, says, how are grape apologists becoming more and more comfortable coming onto a live and demean victims? It's an everyday on your live, and it's so hard to listen to. Yeah, I fucking agree, Sammy. It is getting so hard for all of us to listen to. It is just gross. What's going on? Do you support Trump, Jordan?
Yes, I do. But the reason I wanted to ask you is because with some of the things that Trump has been going through and doing right now in the world, 25.
Okay, all right, so take it away. You just got a bit of an echo.
Sorry, my phone's not the greatest, and I don't live in the best of areas. But so my questions was, I support Trump, but I don't know if I do really anymore, and I'd like to know from more critical sides of you of why I shouldn't support this man anymore with what the things he's doing in the world. I see good that he could do, but I also see a lot of bad in the world that he's making as of right now. And I was asking you, since you like to debate and you know critical standpoints, what are some good critical standpoints that I could put towards myself as why I shouldn't support this man?
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm first going to give you the recommendation. If you want a lot of reasons why you shouldn't support Trump as president, I'm going to mute you when I say this just because of the echo. If you want a lot of reasons why you shouldn't support Trump as president, to just watch the live because that's what we talk about for 4 hours a day every single day. But I'm not just going to give you no answer on live. I'm just going to give you 3 really big pressing reasons why you shouldn't support Trump. Okay, and I'm going to try to like wrap in things that are like actually like actively happening today compared to like maybe things in his first term, just so we could stay like relevant to what's actually going on today in this country. This morning, when he was on Air Force One flying from South Korea back to America, he spoke to the press pool and he said, right, that he could enact the Insurrection Act and that would allow him to deploy the military, like the Navy, the Air Force, the Marines, and the Army in American cities. And then he added on to that saying that he could do it if he wanted to do it and that no one would be able to stop him, not even the courts. Okay? This is the culmination of many smaller reasons why you shouldn't support Trump, amounting to him wanting to play dictator, all right? It should scare the shit out of you to hear our president say that he could literally send the army after our own citizens and no one could stop him, all right? That's scary as fuck, all right? And to build off of that with his dictatorous actions, attitudes, so on and so forth, December of 2022, he went on Truth Social and he said that he wants to terminate all the rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution, because he was so pissed that he lost the 2020 election. And then his attempt to rig the 2020 election, the fake electors plot, failed. That he then wanted to tear everything down, right? He wanted to side with the kings that we fought against in the Revolutionary War and take away the Constitution. Now, in his second term, he's been actively eroding the Constitution by launching an attack on the First Amendment, the Second Amendment, the 14th Amendment, the 22nd Amendment, the 10th Amendment, so on and so forth. And it's just an attack on law and order. It's an attack on the highest level of law and order in this country, that being the Constitution. And there's many other circumstances of him doing similar things, like his pardons of the 72 people that smeared their shit on the walls of the Capitol, then tried to attack cops. He called them patriots and let them out of jail. And I think that all these points and more just amount to authoritarianism. And you asked me for maybe one big reason why you shouldn't support Trump as president, and it's because he is an authoritarian. And I did mute you because of your echo. I'm going to go to unmute you now.
Wow. Well, thank you very much. That really summed it up. I did like Trump for a little bit in the first term of things, and then after the whole Iran situation that he did and failed horribly at, I lost a lot of respect for him. And then seeing like his AI videos really made me question if this is a president for the people or just a man that's mad, driven for power. And I appreciate you taking the time out of your day to give me some standing points and actual learning lessons. I'm going to do more research, but as of this point, from this on, yeah, I no longer support this piece of shit because this is not a man for the people. This is a man that just wants power and dictatorship over everybody else. That's going to lead us all to killing each other or global war to nuclear. Everybody's dying. Nobody wins.
Very nice, Jordan. I hope you have a good rest of your day.
You too. Thank you so much, Dean. Have a great day.
Yeah, you too. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Love to hear it. Show him some love. That's awesome. Love to hear it. I needed that. Well, okay. Welcome back in, Katie. You said that you're 18?
Yeah, sorry, my mic was like really fucked up. I don't know. Sorry. Am I allowed to?
Are you allowed to what? Are you allowed to say the fuck word? No.
Yeah, I didn't know if I was gonna get like banned.
You're gonna get banned. I'm gonna ban you.
Okay, sorry,
but so why do you support Trump?
My family, like my parents, my grandparents, I grew up Republican, and like my view is mainly just based off of like abortion because like I have friends, family who like have gotten abortions, and I just think it's like really messed up because like, you know, human life starts at conception, and I've never really seen it being okay to get an abortion no matter the circumstance.
No matter the circumstance, including like the circumstance of rape?
I feel like 2 wrongs don't make a right.
Okay, well, this is assuming that abortion is a wrong.
Because it is.
And why is that?
Because you're killing a human life. It starts at conception no matter what.
What obligation of a victim? What obligation would a victim of rape have to sustain that human life?
I feel like if you get raped and you want to get rid of that baby, and I feel like that doesn't take away the trauma from being raped. It doesn't take away anything.
Well, it prevents more trauma. But my argument, insofar as why a victim of rape should be able to access abortion, isn't because I think it'll reverse the rape, but it's rather that woman or girl was forced into sex, was forced into pregnancy, then forced into having a fetus reliant on her bodily resources and domicile in her uterus to continue its own life. I don't think that she should be continued to be forced into providing that domicile, nor those bodily resources, as I find there to be no clear reason why she would have an obligation to. And in the action of a victim of rape accessing abortion, right, she is merely evicting that fetus from her uterus, revoking consent for her bodily resources to be given to it, revoking consent from her uterus to be given as a domicile to it, and even if, right, that fetus dies as a result of losing access to that domicile and losing access to her bodily resources, I still don't think it's wrong because of the lack of the obligation that that woman or girl had in the first place.
That's a really good argument. I'm not gonna lie. It's just like, I don't know. I've seen so many people around me get abortions, and I just like think like, okay, that could have been like somebody, and even though it's like a messed up way, people get conceived in a lot of other like mistaken ways, like teen pregnancy. Like, you're young, you're stupid. I just think you shouldn't be killing human life no matter what. I just think it could be someone or something, and you could always get therapy or like something to help you afterwards. Like, you're killing someone.
Okay, let me ask you a hypothetical question here. So imagine that you made just enough money to buy just enough food to sustain your own life, okay? And you know for the next 9 months somebody's going to be breaking into your house in the middle of the night, taking half of your food to sustain their life, okay? But the impacts of this on you are going to be reduced physical health, reduced mental health, and maybe like a 3 to 5% chance of you dying from starvation by the end of these 9 months. All you need to do to prevent this person from taking half of your food in the middle of the night is to lock your front door. But if you lock your front door and they no longer have access to your resources, they're going to die from starvation as a result. Should you have the legal right to lock your front door at night?
That's like, yeah, you can, but personally, like coming from my perspective, if I'm helping that person, then I wouldn't, probably not.
Well, we're not asking you about what you would do. We're asking you what you should have the legal right to do. And you just agreed that you should have the legal right to lock that front door at night and prevent that third party from gaining access to your resources, even if they die as a result. Is that not exactly what a victim of rape is doing when they're accessing abortion? Denying access of their resources to the fetus, even if that fetus dies as a result?
I guess, yeah.
So if you should have the legal right to do it in the hypothetical, and you think that's exactly what a victim of rape is doing in the real world, accessing abortion, should that victim of rape in the real world have an legal right to access abortion?
That did really make me think, yeah, kind of, yeah.
Next question. Why does the buck stop at victims of rape? Why can't it just extend to all women and girls?
Why doesn't what?
Why does the buck stop at victims of rape? Why can't it just extend to all women and girls? I'm happy I convinced you of that, by the way. I find the pro-life view of thinking that abortion should be banned with exceptions to be incredibly preferable to the pro-life view of all abortion should be banned at all. So I actually really appreciate you for conceding on that exception. Now talking about elective abortions, right? Once again, why does the buck stop at victims of rape with a logic there? Why can't we extend that same logic to all women and girls?
Okay, well now I'm starting to think, like, okay, I still think abortion is bad. I just think it's bad if you don't need it. And I feel like just some, like, rape victims, like, I mean, the last guess, like what he was saying, like, it's not always true. And it's just like, if you don't want the baby, then like, that's like a very open-ended way to like get rid of it. It's just like...
Well, in that circumstance, like, I don't know, like my personal defense of why all women and girls should have access to abortion is because I don't think that the life of the fetus is morally valuable.
You don't think the life of a human fetus is valuable?
That is true.
Why?
Why? Because I don't think it has any traits that we would value. I mean, like the typical pro-life position is, well, it's a human. Okay, I don't think that our species is what makes us morally valuable. If Superman was real and came down to Earth tomorrow, or Caesar from the Planet of the Apes, they're not humans, but I'd give them the right to life. I'd say that you're also valuable. Okay. So if it's not our species that makes us morally valuable, then what is it? Well, we know it'd have to be some common shared trait between us and Superman if Superman was real. And I think the only common trait there would be a higher level of sentience, right? The ability to subjectively interact with the world around us. And that ability only begins in the fetus with the thymocortical connections at 20 through 24 weeks. And I think maybe that's what would make life morally valuable. But before that point, obviously it lacks that ability to deploy those subjective experiences, to be quote unquote conscious. Therefore, why should I value it?
I feel like the value of life and like the reason why it's so important is because like life is an experience. Like just because you are a fetus and like unconscious doesn't necessarily mean like you're taking away that human experience, and that humans are a like superior.
Well, actually, you're not taking away any experiences because they can't experience.
Yeah, you're taking it away when they could have it.
In the future. Okay. So you're saying that abortion is wrong because you're preventing the existence of a future person with real experiences.
Yeah, it's just like they should be able.
Yeah, if my dad pulled out, would I be here today?
What?
If my dad pulled out, you heard me, would I be here today?
No.
So you'd be preventing the future existence of a person with real experiences by pulling out?
Yeah, but I mean, like, look at who you are.
Isn't that the reason why you just said abortion's wrong?
But look at who you are today. Like, that you became a person who with a lot of value, with a high platform, with like someone who's impacting other people's lives. Like that could be.
And I wouldn't be doing any of this. I wouldn't exist if my dad pulled out. So is that wrong for the same reasons abortion's wrong?
It's not necessarily wrong. It's just the thought of.
So then abortion's not necessarily wrong.
It is in the scripture, the Bible.
So nothing to do with the future experiences, all to do with the Bible. What denomination are you?
I'm Orthodox.
Okay, this might be a little bit more complicated too. I don't know much about your magisterium. The magisterium of the Orthodoxy. Do you believe that some sins are worse than others?
No, I do not.
Perfect. So you think all sins are identical in the eyes of God?
Yes.
So the sin of lying to your child, telling them that Santa Claus exists, is identical in the eyes of God to the sin of abortion?
I feel like you shouldn't be lying to your kids. I grew up not believing in Santa or anything like that.
It's not quite the question that I asked you. We'll get there. But is it a sin that is identical in the eyes of God to the sin of abortion?
To God, I don't know, but to me,
but
yes.
You just said that all sins are identical in the eyes of God.
All like of the 7 deadly sins, yes, such as like greed, envy, those sins.
Okay, so I don't know what you're saying here. Is the sin of lying identical to the sin of abortion?
Yes.
Perfect. All I need to know. So if the sin of lying is identical to the sin of abortion, and you want to make abortion illegal because it's a sin, wouldn't this mean that you also want to make it illegal to lie?
It's our concept, like our laws on our laws in America versus the Bible are 2 different things.
Well, they're 2 different things. Then you shouldn't advocate to ban abortion because of the Bible.
But abortion is a lot more serious than lying.
But you just told me they're identical in your eyes.
They're identical in the eyes of like God.
Or at the eyes of God, your moral standard?
In the back of my head, yes, but in like out if I'm separating myself from that, then no.
So if you separate yourself from God, then you have an argument for why abortion should be banned. But remember when we were debating why you think abortion is wrong and ultimately you couldn't find any cogent position outside of appealing to God?
Yeah.
So you have no cogent position in separating yourself from God to argue that abortion should be banned. And you have to separate yourself from God in order to create a position that could be used to cohesively argue that it should be illegal without entailing that lying should be illegal.
Okay, Dean, you got me. I don't know. I think that Trump really stands for like the Christian values and like the Democratic side does not. So that's why I have been, that's why my family voted for Trump. I advocate for people to vote for Trump because I just feel like America is like a Christian-based country and like I feel like everyone should live up to those standards.
Okay. So you think Trump is Christian. Name one Christian value he holds to.
Trump is Christian because he says that he is, and he married. He has kids.
Okay, he says he's a Christian and he's married with kids. First and foremost, he actually says that he's not a Christian. 2020 did a sit-down interview where he said he's never asked God to forgive any of the sins in his life. You have to repent for your sins in order to be Christian. You said that he's married with kids. He's had 3 wives, cheated on them all, one with a porn star.
Wow, I did not know that. That's okay.
So back to the question, how does Donald Trump make it clear that he holds to Christian values? Or even like, how does his governance, how is his governance Christian? I mean, Psalms, it says, right, to give glory to those that have less than you, and in turn you'll be given glory in the kingdom of heaven. Matthew says, the way that you treat those with less than you is the way that you're treating the Lord your God. Donald Trump says, let's take healthcare away from 10 million low-income Americans, food stamps away from 41 million low-income Americans, and impose taxes that will disproportionately negatively harm them, and pass the big, beautiful bill, which, according to the Center on Budget and Policy Priorities, is going to disproportionately reduce the after-tax income of every American making at or under $51,000 per year, hurting you more the less you make, marking the largest redistribution of wealth from the poor to the rich in modern American history. That's not Christian, okay? That's Satanist in accordance with the prescriptions of the Bible, okay? When Jesus, right, gave wine, bread, and fish, right, to the 500 people on the Sermon on the Mount, Trump would say, give me $25 first and I'll maybe give you some, but guess what? If you're poor, I'll take it away later.
Yeah. Okay. But can I say something?
Yeah.
Okay. Don't ban me, Dean. I love you. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. Like, please, I love you so much.
All right. Well, I would ask you to please not do that in the future. I'd ask you to please not do that in the future, but I mean, I'm happy I could share that information. I just saw someone in the queue that I'd really like to get up here. Oh, I want to get him up here. Where did you go? Where did you go? Oh, there's someone in the queue I want to get up here. No, I'm going to have to look for him. Where'd he go? Give me a second here, folks, because we are going to be getting... There he is. We found him. What the hell is this guy doing back? What the hell are you doing back?
A little birdie told me someone said you said my name, so I went in here.
Yeah, so a little birdie asked me about you on a Venmo donation. What the fuck are you doing here, dude? Listen, I'm mad at you. I'm pissed. I'm actually happy. I'm happy that you're here because I have some frustrations to voice.
What? What's wrong, man?
Last time you told me that you are no longer a Trump supporter. You took the red hat off and you redact your loyalty. And then less than 30 minutes later, you were back on your own live saying, Trump, give me more. I'm on my knees, Trump. Give me more. Not in a sexual way. I understand how that came off. More so a metaphorical one. So what the fuck is your deal?
Let me tell you, man. Look, JD Vance, he used to not like... Look, people change, bro. I was like, I did my research. Because listen, you kind of cheated, bro. You had some fake stuff at my face. Like a job application showing. I'm like, what was that? And I'm like, I wasn't ready. So like, now I'm ready.
So what fake stuff did I put in your face last time we chatted?
Yeah, Fox News it's a good news source. Why would they say that about Trump? That might have been back in like 2015 or something. They probably, I don't know.
Oh, are you talking about when I showed you that Fox News reported that he's a convicted felon?
Yeah, like legally he's convicted, but that's from the Democratic judges that convicted him.
So the jury finds guilt.
The Democrats, bro.
The jury finds guilt.
Yeah.
So it wasn't the Democratic judge, it was the jury.
Like, they just put a label on Trump so he couldn't be president. Because, like, it happened right before he got elected.
Alvin Bragg ran on charging Trump with the crimes he committed after Donald Trump's first term ended. And then he won the run for the DA. W. Patriot, by the way, he's a real one. And then prosecuted Trump, and then Trump was found guilty. And where in that process do you find good reason to reject the findings of the court?
Well, let me ask you something. What's the source? What's the source you got that at?
Source for what?
Was it .gov?
Source for what?
Like the source that you saw
you know what? Oh, that he was convicted? Was it .gov?
.gov is unreliable. I actually realized that a week ago.
Okay, what?
Because anyone can put .gov in a website, so you don't know for sure if it's legit.
No, you can't. As a full stack web developer, you can't. You have to be a legitimate government agency in order to register a .gov website.
What?
Yeah.
Well, tell me why you don't like Trump, man. I'm ready this time, bro. Last time I was lacking.
You're ready this time?
Yeah, I'm ready.
But last time you got absolutely fucking preposterously shit on.
Because you had stuff in my face. I didn't use it.
I put the facts in your face. That's right, buddy.
Facts?
Yeah, the pesky little facts that you darn Trump supporters hate so much.
Listen, Kamala Harris, bro, she's not that great, all right? Kamala Harris?
Well, she's not an adjudicated rapist. She's not a 34-count felon. She didn't boast about perverting the naked bodies of kids to Howard Stern. She didn't pass economic policy that's reducing the purchasing power of half of America. She didn't take health care away from 10 million low-income American citizens. She didn't pause food stamps for 41 million low-income American citizens, then fail to find a way to attempt to keep them going during a government shutdown that her and her followers onset because they want to increase the premiums for the 56 million Americans on Medicaid by 75% by repealing good credits offered by the Obama administration under the Affordable Care Act. Right? She like what? She like what? Oh, she said that Biden was competent once? Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah,
that doesn't fulfill all 14 tenets of fascism like Trump. Oh, yeah. You know what Trump said today? Oh, she said Biden was competent. Today, Donald Trump said he could declare the military. Fucking send the army, send the Marines, send the Air Force into American cities if he declared an insurrection under the Insurrection Act, and there's nothing that anybody nor the courts could do to stop him.
Listen, bro, we're fixing Medicare and Medicaid from the Big Beautiful Bill. Did you read it?
Yeah, and how does the Big Beautiful Bill fix Medicare? Fix Medicaid? How does it fix it?
You want to know why it fixed Medicare?
Yes!
I mean,
that is what I'm asking you.
Mike Johnson was up there. He was talking about it by cutting waste and bureaucracy, putting money back into actual care for seniors instead of government admin overhead.
Okay, so you're not telling me what the Big Beautiful Bill did to fix Medicaid.
It cracks down on fraud.
No, it doesn't crack down on fraud and imposes a new work requirement and defunds it by $900 billion, you silly goose.
How do you know that?
Because that's what the Big Beautiful Bill says. Silly goose.
Listen, not everything's perfect. Not everything's perfect. There's going to be bad things and good things, but there's more good things than bad things.
But you just said this was one of the good things.
Yeah, it is.
How's it a good? How's it a good? Okay. So how does it crack down on fraud? Let's hear it.
Oh my gosh, dude! Listen, Mike Johnson.
Listen. What is it cracked down? Yeah, Mike Johnson is getting fucking sued by the Attorney General's office of Arizona right now for infringing and impeding upon the swearing in of Adelita Grhova. I don't know if Mike Johnson is too good of a source. Not to mention, Donald Trump literally called him his puppet. Listen.
Yeah, what he meant by puppet is someone who defends him and thinks he hasn't even done wrong anyway. That's what a puppet means.
That is what a puppet is. That is what are you one of his puppets?
No! The fuck? Ain't no puppet. Look, Trump is great. That's why I like Trump, because he's a great president. He's done a lot of best. I mean, Kamala Harris is racist, bro. She won't even accept she's Indian. She said she's the first black president. She's disrespecting Indian heritage, not mentioning that she's also Indian. Like, that's disrespectful to my fellow Indians, bro.
Okay, first and foremost, Indian is not a race. That's a nationality.
Okay, Mr. Smart, Mr. Know-It-All.
I'm so sorry. What is your race?
I'm white.
Oh, are you sure your race isn't American?
I'm actually
Yeah, see, because American's not a race. That sounds stupid. So why is Indian a race?
It is. Indians, African Americans, you got
how is Indian a race? That's India. That's the name of a country. The nationality, right? If you're if you're a citizen of India, if you're an Indian because you're in India, right? Just like if you're a citizen of America, you're born in America, you're an American because you're in America. That's like how nationality works, okay? But like your nationality is not your race.
It's like the same thing, dude. Come on.
So you'd say like you calling yourself white and you calling yourself American are the same thing?
Yeah, I'm a white American.
Okay, but what part of that is your race and what part of that is your nationality?
American white. American is
All right.
Well, let me tell you something. Ted Cruz wants to run for president.
Yeah, okay.
He'll be better than
Yeah,
Kamala.
you understand the topic of you calling a black woman racist, but then you're defending the white man that called all black people lazy in the 90s, refused to rent his
I didn't
properties to
say
black
that.
people in the 70s, called for the
I
birth
didn't
myth of
say that,
Barack
bro.
Obama in the 2000s, saying that he's literally born in Africa with no evidence, even though he has a birth certificate from Hawaii.
Yeah, he was born in
Called for
Kenya.
the death
Yeah,
penalty
that.
for the You believe that about Obama?
Obama was born in Kenya with Michael. Married to Michael.
Okay, so you're gonna
That's
say
a
he's born
fact,
in,
by the way.
you're gonna say he's born in Kenya, and then you're gonna say that his wife is a man.
Dude, he was born in Hawaii, bro. That's like Cuba, bro. It's not even in America. The hell? Like they lied about the birth certificate in Hawaii. Like that's like.
You are unbelievably stupid.
I'm sorry, man. Listen.
No. Go. Back on mute. Mute yourself. Mute.
Okay.
Mute yourself. Good boy. I just need a second. You gotta be rage baiting. Are you trolling?
Sorry, bro. I'm not.
When you said that Hawaii is quote unquote like Cuba, not a part of America, were you
Marco
trolling?
Rubio, damn, yeah.
Were you trolling?
No, wait. Did I say something wrong? Or what did I say?
Hawaii is an American state.
Well, oh yeah, yeah, that was about the Bad Bunny situation. Yeah, the Bad Bunny state.
A Bad Bunny is not from Hawaii, nor is he from Cuba. He's from Puerto Rico.
Oh, Cuba. Oh no, he's from Puerto Rico. Wait, that's not Hawaii. Oh shit.
So yeah, I'm really excited to have like Bad Bunny perform at the Super Bowl halftime show. I mean, is one of the largest American artists. It's going to be good to see him out there. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, not like that. I'm turning that screen right off. Might even punch the screen and watch 20 Point USA, man. Come on, man.
You're gonna punch your screen.
Hey, man, you gotta respect the man.
So you're gonna punch the screen because a brown person is on it.
Yeah, quick TV. I don't need that.
You're gonna punch your screen because a brown person is on it. I'm kicking you. Oh my god. Okay. MAGA's finest, ladies and gentlemen. MAGA's finest, folks. Let's go to move on to that next guest. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ, dude. He's up here for like 10 minutes, and I had enough. I was about to make a joke, and I was about to say, well, he was up here for 10 minutes, and he lasted 20 times longer with me than he did his ex-girlfriend. But then I realized that the joke wouldn't make sense because he's probably a virgin. Hello. Do you support Trump? Nope, not here. Moving on to the next guest. Hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. We'll happily get you loaded up in here. We got Leighton connecting to the stream right now. Hello. Do you support Trump? No.
Yo.
Oh, hey, how do you?
Yo, sorry, I didn't mean to request. Can you?
No worries at all. I will happily remove you, man. You worry. Underage. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up in here. If you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal in the link tree in my bio on TikTok, as well as in the pinned message of the YouTube stream. Right now, we're just trying to get that next guest loaded up in here right now, quite frankly. Dude, a guest in your life has violated our misinformation policy. Patriotic Trench. Patriotic Trench just got banned.
Let's put the vape away.
Go back to third grade. Patriotic Trench just got banned for misinformation. I'm not even trolling you. Dude, he hosts lives every single day too. He's fucking cooked. You're cooked, buddy. You can't even do your lives now. He can't even do his lives. He's cooked. Just got banned for misinfo. But it's like a week ban too. That's how long those typically last. Steven, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo, who says, thank you for educating the uneducated people. Appreciate you for that love, Steven. Show some love to Steven. And then, Tegan, thank you so much for the $25 over on Venmo as well. Appreciate you for that love. While we're looking for that next Trump supporter in that queue, make sure to show some love to Tegan down below, folks. Thank you so much. Tegan with the, let's see here, $25 says, trans pilot and essay survivor here. grateful for you fighting these heathens who try to downplay abuse Tegan. First and foremost, I think that's cool as shit that you're a pilot. I'm so interested in aviation. And second of all, I'm sorry, that you had to endure that. I'm sorry that you have to listen to these fuckheads come up here and demean that. Thank you for the $25. Show some love to Tegan. As well as Cassie, thank you for the $25 as well over on Venmo, who says appreciate you.
Hey, Dean.
Hey, can you just calm down? Hold on for a second. Cassie with the $25. Appreciate that. That is Kassi. Show some love to Cassie down below in that chat. And then Melissa, thank you so much for the $10 as well. Appreciate you so much for the love. As well as yes, Melissa, to answer your question. And then Shanice, thank you so much for the $4. And Mora with the $4 as well. Then over on PayPal. Liliana, thank you so much for the $10 over on PayPal as well. Saying since the bar for becoming the president is so low, then the age to become the president should be lowered to 21. Glaringly obvious that Dean has a higher level of intellect than every single Trump supporter I've ever heard on the stream, and almost every man that I've met over the age of 35. I don't know if I'm ready for the office of presidency quite yet, but I appreciate you so much for your kind words. As well as Jessica, thank you so much for the $10 as well on PayPal, and Frostbite, thank you for the $25. Appreciate you guys. Holy shit, you guys are going crazy right now. Frostbite says, just wanted to say a huge thank you for getting my son Miles into politics. Well, shout out to you and shout out to Miles. Appreciate you guys for the $25. Thank you so much. And then Kirianne, thank you so much for the $15 over on PayPal, and I'm sorry to hear that you have to deal with the AFD over there in Germany. Yeah, they fucking suck. Thank you, Kirianne. Darius, thank you for the $4. And Aisha, thank you for the $1 on PayPal. And Heather, thank you for the $20 over on PayPal. Thank you so much. And Elizabeth, thank you so much for the $50 over on PayPal. Holy shit. Let's get 500 Elizabeth W's down below in that chat. Thank you so much for the kindness, Elizabeth. Elizabeth says, Blue Dot in East Tennessee here, giving me some ammo for these crazy Cheeto comb-over lovers. Glad I could catch you live again. Much love, Dean. Much love to you, Elizabeth. Thank you so much for the insane levels of kindness. And yeah, man, East Tennessee is pretty crazy. I spent some time there growing up. They're so fucking racist there. It is insane. As well as Guy, thank you so much for the $20 over on Venmo, saying from the ATM guy to you. Appreciate you for the love, Guy. Show some love to Guy. Sorry, you guys are going fucking crazy right now. Thank you so much. But anyways, hey, welcome in, man. Do you support Trump?
I gotta thank you for the W's, guys. Though, thank you for the W's. Question: do you support every Democratic president known to man?
No. Is that just what you wanted to ask?
No, because I was gonna say, Jimmy Carter.
Oh, I do know Jimmy Carter. He was aight.
He was like, I remember like back in the day, he was good. He was all right at best, but he was good though.
You remember back in the day, buddy? You're like 18.
Oh, but like I like Jimmy Carter.
Okay, all right. Well, we're here to debate people that like Trump. We're gonna move on, folks. Okay. You know what? I want. You know what I want right now? I want some like crazy 75-year-old Trump supporter to come up here and give me a piece of their mind. That's where are they at? Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump? Hello? I'm gonna ban you. And you're banned. Moving on to the next guest. Do we have any crazy 75-year-old Trump supporters watching the live right now that'd like to come up? Quite frankly. Also, for the 4.6 thousand people watching on YouTube, it'd be so fucking crazy if we could get over 2.2 thousand likes, okay? Only a quarter of y'all need a like over there to get there. We should do it. Drop a like on this stream if you're on YouTube. Welcome in, Trump is king. Do you support Trump? Self-implied by the name.
Fuck Steve.
Gotta ask. Oh, fuck Steve. Yes, fuck Steve. He was a real piece of work. Real piece of work. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Yeah, man, that Steve guy, he really stunk. He really stunk badly. He was so smelly. We're gonna go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up into the box here. Hey, what's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo, well.
Hey, are you MAGA?
Nah, I just want to see you twerk real quick.
Jesus Christ, bro. Not the time nor the place. Nor would I ever be willing to do that, but just saying. Right, definitely unwilling to do that right here and now. Okay? Unwilling to do it at any point, because that clarification's required. There's never a time nor a place. Thank you. But this time and place specifically, right, is I gotta say, out of all the no times nor places, because I never do it, this time and place has got to be one of the worst. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next guest. See, I started twisting myself up in a pretzel there, really. Go ahead and ignore that. Welcome in. Do you support Trump? You got 5 seconds before I kick you, Lori. Bye, Lori. Moving on to the next guest.
me a racist, but you're a racist, Dean.
Hey, Ryan, are you a racist?
No.
Really? Because last time you were on this live, you screamed the N-word.
Really?
Yep. Moving on to the next guest. Let's go to get that next guest loaded up into the box. Here we go, folks. We got Kylie loading up in here right now. Dude, he was trying to call me a racist. He was spamming the hard R last time he was up here. That guy's fucking racist. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yo, I did not mean to join.
No worries. You take care. Moving on to the next guest. While we get that next guest loaded up in here. Kelly, thank you so much for the $13 over on Venmo. Saying my son walked in at the start of your live and it's been glued to my phone since. Let me go ahead and load up the rest of Kelly's message. Pretty sure you just changed his entire perspective on Trump and abortion. Thank you. Dude, that makes me so happy. That is awesome, Kelly. Show some love to Kelly and Kelly's son. Listen, Kelly and your son. If you guys are tuning in right now, huge shout out to y'all. As well as Dara, thank you so much for the $10. Saying, Dean, I remember you going live with you on Ranch Ryan's stream, and now I watch you every day doing God's work. Holy shit. I remember you too, Dara. Yeah, you were always on Ryan's stream. That's crazy. That was years ago. That was fun. I hope you're well, Dara. Thank you for the $10. What's going on? Do you support Trump?
What that mouth do?
It debates Trump supporters. So are you one of them? Guess not. Moving on to the next guest. Damn! Wasn't expecting that. That's what that mouth does. Moving on to Winner B. Here we go. We got them loading up. What's up? Are you MAGA?
Hello. I am not a Trump supporter, but I have a great.
Unfortunately, I am going to move on. I hope you have a good rest of your day because we are just looking for Trump supporters. I apologize if I'm coming off as impatient, but we just haven't had one up here in a while, so we got to start cracking down, quite frankly. This is the great crackdown. We're cracking down. I'm going to deploy the military and the National Guard to go to the houses of every single person in the queue. They are then going to detain you. They're going to detain you. They're going to take you to a CIA black site, and they're going to use their enhanced interrogation techniques to determine if you are a Trump supporter. The great crackdown! Quite frankly, no one can stop me. No one can stop me, just me. I'm the law. I make the rules. All the little rules. All the little ones. All the little rules. Hello, Bianca. Do you support Trump as president?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Can you hear me? Yeah.
Okay, how do you?
Well, I'd say like half the time, most of the time. But I just wanted to ask you a question about abortion mainly.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
Okay, so I was 19. I was living in a car with my boyfriend in Arizona. We found out we were pregnant, and I was fully pro-choice at that point, right? And so I talked to my family about it, and a lot of his side of the family was like, you need to get an abortion, right? So I went into the clinic, and they actually told me exactly like what would go on and how the operation would be handled.
Yeah.
And so I feel like that was just really eye-opening to be there like firsthand and see it for what it was and see those tools on the table, and then they did something really rare. I think that most abortion clinics don't do it, but they let me hear the heartbeat and they let me see the baby on the ultrasound. And I ran straight out of the clinic, bawling my eyes out. And I think the abortion clinics should be telling and being more forthcoming about what goes on.
How far
I feel
along
like
were
we
you?
would have a lot less abortions.
How far along were you?
If I was 14 weeks, but I'm really small, so I don't show, so I didn't know, and it's normal for me to miss my periods, so I didn't know I was pregnant.
14 weeks.
So that was just kind of to confirm it, and because I was having a lot of like you need to get an abortion, you guys don't have the money, you guys don't have stability, and just hearing the heartbeat and seeing her on the monitor,
Yeah.
like just lit a fire in our soul, and we literally got our shit together in 9 months. We got an apartment, we got a car, we had no job at that point, like at the point that I got pregnant, and now we've had stable income. I think it was an overall blessing, and I think if we yeah, if we are just more forthcoming and don't put 3.6 million dollars, well, that's the last recorded like amount that they put into the abortion clinics. If we put that
they don't put that
into
money. They don't put that money into the practice of abortion. That's illegal. But they still do give some
Wait,
money
what
to
do
Planned
they put
Parenthood
it
to offer
into?
like other services, like motherly care, birth control, and other services that Planned Parenthood offers. I don't specifically know what they are because obviously I've never been to one. But there's other services that Planned Parenthood offers that is funded, but that money can't be spent on abortions. But anyways, so you said that you had a question. What's your question?
So my question is, do you think that if abortion clinics are more honest and truthful, do you think there would still be the amount of abortions that there is today?
I don't know. I think that abortion clinics are honest. I think that they are truthful. I mean, it's their obligation as medical health providers to give insight into the procedure. All right? And it sounds like that's exactly what they did for you, and that's probably what they do for other women and girls too. So I actually revised my answer. Instead of saying I don't know, I'd say yes, there would be just as many abortions as there is today because they already are honest and truthful. That's kind of a burden for informed consent that a medical health provider has to give to their patient, right? But my question to you is, do you think that abortion should be banned?
For me, I feel like there should definitely be more restrictions because I don't think it should be used as a contraceptive, because I feel like people are just using it as, oh shit, my plan B didn't work. Oh shit, I was being immature and just opened my legs. Now abortion is the only option.
So why should abortion be banned in those circumstances?
What do you mean? Wait, what? I couldn't hear you.
Why should abortion be banned in those circumstances?
I feel like there should be more restrictions. I didn't say ban. I feel like there should be restrictions.
Then what do you mean by restriction?
Like for people who don't, who do get raped and have an open case, they should be able to show that paperwork and be able to get an abortion. Or if someone is literally under the age of 18 and they can show their ID, they can literally just go in and you could see, obviously, this is a child. They should not be giving birth to a human, right? And
okay,
or
so you do think that elective abortion should be banned, right?
That's the light, baby. Huh?
So you think that elective abortion should be banned?
Yes.
Why?
Because of my experience, it was just like so eye-opening. Because I was pro-choice, by the way.
Okay. Well, I mean, so there's plenty of women, right, that know exactly what an abortion is and how it functions. Went into the Planned Parenthood, got the mandated ultrasound, got to hear the heartbeat and look at the fetus, and then still went through with an abortion. So your experiences are different than many other women. So why should your experience be able to speak towards legislation to ban them and restrict their access to abortion?
Because now, seeing it from first-hand perspective, I see that it wasn't just a beating heart. It wasn't just
so then what was it?
A life.
What about what about it means it should be banned?
Human.
It's a whole human. No, I get it. It is a human from the moment of conception. It's alive. But I just don't think that we should, like, that's good reason to ban it. I could explain to you why. Like, for instance, do you think that IUDs should be banned? Because in some scenarios, IUDs will like kill conceived
Absolutely
zygote.
not.
But why?
No.
IUDs in some scenarios will kill conceived zygotes. So you're saying that it should be legal to kill zygotes, which is the first stage of human development, but it should be illegal to kill fetuses.
No, because that one is not that. With birth control, it has not been fertilized yet. I think a fertilized egg that is past the 8th week should not be able to be aborted unless it is under rape or you are under the age of 18. You cannot get a job, you cannot get a license, or if you are
what
actually
makes it wrong
disabled.
to kill the fetus at 8 weeks, but it's like not wrong to kill the fetus at 7 weeks?
Because they have their eyes are forming. They literally look like a human by 8 weeks.
So it's about
like
the
it does
aesthetics.
not.
It's about the way that it looks.
Well, no, it's just that.
So then, what happens in 8 weeks that makes it morally
first
valuable?
6 weeks. After that first 6 weeks, it's much more viable.
Much more viable. It's not viable at 8 weeks. Viability in America lands at 22 through 24 weeks.
The heartbeat is
okay, but heartbeat doesn't mean viability. Okay, like the earliest
stronger.
born fetus that has ever survived in America was at 21 weeks.
Yeah, I know.
Right, so it's not viable.
I'm
at all
I'm
at 8
talking
weeks.
about like the baby is functioning. They're moving. The heartbeat is starting. The brain waves are starting.
So it's based off it moving. Well, I mean, shit. If you take like a dead piece of meat and you shock it a little bit, it'll start moving. Muscle twitches. It's just a reaction to external stimuli.
1,000%, but it doesn't have a
the same way that we see like there's a reaction to external stimuli from a fetus prior to a particular point. That doesn't mean that it has subjective experiences, is conscious, so on and so forth. But now if you're just saying, well, it's valuable because of its heartbeat. So why does a heartbeat make us valuable?
Because it's living. It's a living human being, and if you believe in science,
the human life is alive before the heartbeat. It's alive from the moment of conception. If you believe in science, so then why does that life only become valuable at 8 weeks with a heartbeat?
I think that it should just be a little bit more like what I'm trying to find the word. Sorry. I think it just needs to be more protected after 8 weeks because
I know, but I'm asking why. And then you said it's because of the heartbeat, and I'm like, well, why does the heartbeat give the fetus moral value? And then you're like, well, because it's living. And then I was like, well, it's not all of a sudden living biologically speaking at 8 weeks. It's biologically alive from the moment of conception, right? So it's not like at 8 weeks it becomes alive. So then why does the heartbeat give the fetus moral value?
Because then it's becoming more and more and more.
More and more and more what?
What's that word? Sorry. More and more independent.
But there's no independence whatsoever until possibly 21 weeks.
But their body is working for themselves.
So it can't
their
be.
heartbeat
Wait,
is
you just said
beating for
1,000%
itself.
that there's no independence until at least 21 weeks. So because there's no independence until at least 21 weeks, then it can't possibly be becoming more independent.
At 8 weeks, when their brainwave starts and their heartbeat starts, that is their body working for itself. My body did not make my baby's heart start beating and continue beating. Yes, it gave her heart, but it didn't make it beat. It didn't make her brain start having brain waves.
Without your body, would it have been able to do those things?
No, it would. I gave her those materials.
So that's where we're confused. Yes,
her body
if that fetus was taken out of your body at 8 weeks, then that fetus would die.
Yes, 1,000%, because you're
there's no level of independence here whatsoever.
You're taking the nutrients.
You continue to give it nutrients.
They breathe underwater. They can't breathe air.
You continue to give it whatever nutrients it needs. It's still going to die. Like, once again, right? The earliest fetus has ever been born that we've been able to sustain its life was at 21 weeks. There's no independence.
Yeah, I know. I'm talking about...
So you're just saying that the beating heart makes it morally valuable because it's a beating heart?
Yes.
Okay, that's a circular argument. That's like me saying that, well, a beating heart doesn't make it morally valuable because it's a beating heart. Like, what's the difference between you saying it does because it does and me saying it doesn't because it doesn't?
Well, when people get heart transplants, what do they do with that heart? They keep it in a box and they protect it for who they're going to
actually, a good question.
Transport it to.
For actually a great question that just popped into my mind because you said that. When a person gets a heart transplant, for the moment in time when they have no heart in their chest because they're in the midst of taking the old one out and before they put the new one in, is that person still morally valuable?
Yes.
But they don't have a heartbeat. And you said it's a heartbeat that makes a fetus morally valuable.
No.
Yes.
It makes them more morally valuable. They're still morally valuable without a heartbeat.
But you said it's okay to kill them and get aborted them and kill them before 8 weeks.
I never said it was okay. I said there should be restrictions. Okay. There should always be restrictions.
Hey, listen, I hope that you have a great rest of your night, Bianca. Seriously, take care. Hope everything goes well for you, your boyfriend or husband, if you guys are married now. I'm not so sure. I don't think that you told us that. And your child, I wish you the best of luck. Unfortunately, I'm going to move on to the next guest now, just because I feel like that debate was just devolving into incoherence. Hey, thank you so much, Butt Funnel. What a name. With a $10 over on Super Chat, he says, "It can only good happen." Who do you think he's quoting? It can only good happen. He's quoting Mr. Trump. Appreciate you for the $10, as well as CC Collins. Thank you so much for the $20 over on Super Chat. Who says the intellectual level of recent MAGA callers gives me hope that there aren't many remotely functional MAGAs left. Keep on getting them, one aggravating argument at a time. Well, hey, I really appreciate you so much for that love, Collins. Thank you so much for your kindness. Welcome in. Do you support Trump?
No, I wanted to talk to the young lady before you that was on here.
I'm sorry. If I knew that you wanted to, I likely would have brought you up. I honestly, maybe what I think she needed was to, maybe talk to another woman about the subject. But like I said, I moved on. It was just too much of an incoherent dialogue. You have a good rest of your day, though. Christopher, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. I appreciate you for that love, Christopher. Christopher with the $20 says, "I wish I was MAGA so I could debate you, but unfortunately I was born with a brain, so I am not. Keep fighting the good battle." That's a funny one. That's a good one. Appreciate you for that love, Christopher. Show some love to Christopher down below. Thank you so much for the $20. As well as Kara, thank you so much for the $20 as well, who says, "You and Parker showing the world the difference educated, articulate, politically informed youth can make is what is making America great right now. Because certainly Trump isn't. Solidarity from Australia." Thank you so much for your kind words. Thank you so much, Kara. Show some love to Kara down below for her kind words and the $20. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I do. I support his deportation policy.
Oh, no. No, why?
Because it has numerous effects on low-income wages, because it lowers criminality, because we cannot be a nation where we do not abide by our laws.
Okay, if we can't be a nation where we don't abide by our laws, therefore we have to punish them for their misdemeanors, why are you okay with not punishing Trump for his 34 felonies?
Well, no one said I wasn't, but the fact is he is the president. This is the situation we're in, and it's a separate issue. So you're deflecting.
Well, I mean, I'm not deflecting. I'm responding exactly to a comment that you had made by drawing on your own hypocrisy. I think it's hypocritical to say that you support Trump. You support Trump because it's mass deportation. And then when me asking you why you say it's because we can't be a nation that doesn't abide by its laws. Well, considering
that's
the fact
one
that
of the
Donald
reasons.
Trump,
I quoted low-income labor. I quoted several things.
Hey, Chrissy, I don't know if this is going to be a shock to you. I could only talk about one reason at one time. I only have one mouth.
Okay. Okay. All right. All right.
Yeah, anyways,
Deal.
to respond to that reason, I find it hypocritical to suggest that because we need to be a nation that abides by its laws, we need to deport people and destroy our economy over a simple misdemeanor. But then when Donald Trump is sued and held liable for rape, when Donald Trump is convicted of 34 felonies, when Donald Trump launches his fake elector scheme and tries to rig the outcome of the 2020 presidential election by sending fake slates of electors to 7 different key swing states to steal the election from Biden, when Donald Trump infringes on the First Amendment by saying it's now illegal to criticize him in the media or that he wants to ban the burning of the American flag, when he infringes on the Second Amendment by directing his DOJ to find a way to ban all gun ownership for law-abiding trans-American citizens.
I mean, but Dean, in good faith,
14th Amendment, I'm not done yet. I'm still going over the infringements on the laws.
Not a reasonable
I'm still going over the infringements of the laws. Or when Donald Trump infringes on the 14th Amendment by trying to illegally take away birthright citizenship from the children of undocumented immigrants born here, even though they've been guaranteed that right from since 1865. Or when he questions the 22nd Amendment by saying that maybe there's ways he could run for a third term, right? Oh, and when he's sued in New York for lying about the valuations of one of his properties, or is intentionally concealing classified documents at his property in Mar-a-Lago, or is calling it an act of hostility to hold pedos accountable by voting for the release of the Epstein files, or sexually abuses little girls and grown adult women in Howard Stern.
It's a cool filibuster. It's a cool filibuster.
Well, the thing is it's not a filibuster. There's just literally so many instances of Donald Trump breaking the law, so it takes a while to go through them all. But the point is, you want to hold somebody accountable for a misdemeanor by deporting them from the country, but then when Donald Trump does all of these things and more, you want to make him president. It's hypocritical.
Okay, so having a debate on Donald Trump's personal life or his business violation of civil torts related to business, or his sexual assault guilt in a civil court of law, these are all separate issues from deportation, Dean. I mean, you give me 20 different facets of his supposed incorrect behavior. But I'm trying to talk to you about deportation and why it's good for America. That is a deflection.
Okay.
What you just did is a deflection. You also give me 20 things. Like, how am I supposed to respond to that? Which one? Because I can go through those individualistically, but when you onslaught a person with so much data, you make the conversation non-concise.
What's the deflection?
The deflection is the volume and the scope of what you just relayed to me in informative pattern.
So you're telling me that that my statement wouldn't be deflection if I just made it more concise. Okay, sure, I could do that.
Yeah, my position is deportation is good. Deportation.
Yeah, we heard you.
Not his sexual civil charges.
Okay. I'll repeat this. I'm fine. I'll repeat it.
Keep it concise to deportation.
You said that deportation was good for 3 reasons. The third reason was because you think that America should be a country that upholds its law. And by like, pointing out like all the things that Donald Trump has done that have like broken the law in like very drastic ways on so many occasions isn't deflecting away from the argument. It's just pointing out your own hypocrisy, because seemingly you only want to uphold our law when it's about an immigrant. You don't want to uphold our law when it's about Donald Trump. Instead, you want to give him control.
I've never
over the
said
law by
that.
making him
That's an
president.
assumption on your part.
Well,
that's an assumption on your part.
The proof is a fact.
Because no part of my statement. Wait. No part of my statement. Donald Trump is. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Chrissy. The proof is the fact that you voted for him and that you support him as president today. If you truly wanted to uphold the law, then you wouldn't support this 34-count felon that has done these other billion things that have broken the law as president when he continues to use the presidency to break the law more and more and more and more and more. Any like true American patriot that wants to uphold the law and condemn disarray, condemn disorder, and condemn lawlessness would obviously not support Donald Trump as president for all of these reasons.
No, it's not true, because all of those reasons are highly nuanced and we have to go through them individually, which we can do that, but it's a total distraction from why deportation is useful to the American people.
Well,
but that's what you guys do. You don't really care about the American people. You like distraction.
It is not a
But we can go into
distraction.
the felonies. You want to talk about the felonies?
It is not.
He's got felonies,
Sir,
right?
it is not a distraction.
He has felonies, right?
One moment, Chrissy. It is not a distraction nor a deflection from the point if you think it would be necessary in order for me to argue my point, which is you're a hypocrite. Remember, the argument here is that you're a hypocrite because you think that it's okay to support mass deportation that destroy our economy, reduce our GDP by 1.1 through 1.7 trillion, reduce our government revenue by 100 billion, and erodes the moral and social fabric of this country by, separating families, kidnapping naked children, and throwing them in U-Hauls, and illegally deporting people like Abrigo Garcia to Secot where they're tortured, right? All because you want to uphold the law. Well, then in the same breath saying that, well, I don't really care that Donald Trump was able to scapegoat any accountability for committing those 34 felonies because he's president. I'm going to support that
Well,
presidency.
how has he escaped accountability for that? Let's again, you don't stick to one thing. You make assumptions and then you roll into multiple things. So let's focus on one thing. Let's focus on the felonies, right?
Sure, we can focus
These
on the felonies if you want.
were okay. The felonies is 34 felonies, correct?
Yes.
And they deal with campaign contributions being inappropriately directed because it had to do with covering up to do with supposed payments to a porn star. Is that right?
Well, they weren't supposed because they're proven, but yeah. Falsification of business records.
Okay, but these are financial crimes, right? These
Yes,
aren't
they are.
crimes of violence. These are not crimes of violence. These are not crimes of violation of another
You're right,
person's
it's not
person.
a crime of violence.
This
It's
is
a
a
victimless crime.
monetary fiscal issue.
Yeah, it's a victimless
that deals
crime.
with financial.
You know what else is a victimless crime? Undocumented entry.
Well, wait. Let's just stop there, because you
Okay.
say this man has 34 felonies, and
Yep.
usually when we talk about somebody who has 34 felonies, we're talking about a murderer. We're talking about someone who commits crimes against children. We're talking about a very serious thing. But you guys just throw this out there as a manipulation, when in fact this had to do with a
reality is
misjudgment
manipulative?
of revealing data about
Chrissy,
campaign
so I
contributions.
just want to make sure, Chrissy, reality
It
is
shows the
manipulative.
nature of your deceptiveness, my friend.
Okay.
It shows the nature of your non-sincerity.
Okay, so saying that Donald Trump is a 34-count felon is non-sincere, even though it is a fact of reality that he is a 34-count felon. I think that
Where
argument
is that in the
perfectly-
legal process?
I think that
that in appeals?
One moment. I think that argument perfectly encapsulates exactly what MAGA is. You think that reality is insincere, so you would rather dream up a false version of reality, this goddamn fairy tale that is directed nothing more than by the emotions of a madman that's been sued for rape and is infringing on our Constitution, wants to play dictator, and it's embarrassing. Listen, I'm so sorry that you feel butthurt and you think reality is insincere. I can't change the fact that Donald Trump was found guilty of 34 felonies in a court of law. Okay? It's not my fault he broke the law. It's not my fault that he was prosecuted for breaking the law. And it's not my fault that the jury found him guilty of 34 felonies. So why are you trying to fault me using words like insincere and dishonest for simply echoing the facts and informing you on what reality is? And I guess we'll never know because he left. Everybody spamming W guess in the chat. How do you like that? Is that a W guess? Everyone's spamming W guess in the chat. You big fan of that? You big fan of that? Still a W guess running away? Oh no, where'd all the W guests go? No, where'd all the W guests go? Guys, come back. Guys, come back. Keep on spamming. You're gonna stop? Where'd they? Oh shit, they're actually coming back. No, I love this. I love this so much. Listen, can we all collectively laugh at the people that are spamming W guest in the chat, even though the dude fucking up and ran away? That also perfectly encapsulates MAGA. Y'all support idiots. Y'all support runners. Y'all support the losing side, right? Not of the election. You support the winning side, but the losing side of intellectualism, fact, reason, and logic. That's awesome. All right, let's go and get that next guest loaded up into the box right now. Go ahead and hop inside of that queue if you happen to be a Trump supporter. Woo, I'm feeling good and dandy after that one. Oh boy. No, it is always a great time to have a Trump supporter up here run away so fast. Here we go. All right. We're going to go to get the next guest loaded up into the box. This guy's name is the Republican's Finest. Okay. See how that is. Hey, what's up? Are you the Republican's Finest?
Hello? There we go.
Are you the Republican's Finest?
No, yeah. That's a different thing. Hello?
Hey, how old are you?
22.
Okay, and do you support Trump?
I used to.
You don't anymore?
I do, but I just heard you say a while ago that you were tired of the same arguments, and I wondered if you could touch on some of his environmental policies. The last little bit of me that has more to do with his like his drill baby drill.
Okay.
But I can't.
Yeah, I could touch on that. Oh, you don't agree with the drill baby drill?
Well, no, the stuff he's doing in like California, he's fucking up a lot of states' infrastructure so that they can't respond to like natural disasters. But then like it has a lot to do with the economy. I'm just a little confused personally. I was hoping you could touch on that.
So what exactly do you want me to touch on?
Like how his policies are impacting infrastructure for like states, and then how his.
And then you said that you're not a Trump supporter?
Well, I used to be a lot more, but I voted for him.
Let's just clarify this. Knowing everything that you do now, if you're teleported back to last November, would you vote for Trump?
No, I did.
I really appreciate you for coming up, man. And I'm also like really proud of you. I think that's awesome that you've been able to change your mind. That's cool. No, it is. I think it's awesome. Good for you. Unfortunately, on live, we are only specifically looking to talk to individuals that still do support Trump. And I don't fault you because we're not using our typical background. Usually the background says, how do you still support Trump as president? But that's still what we're looking for. But no, good for you, man. I'm really happy that you've been able to change your mind. Good for you. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Yes.
You do? How old are you?
Can
you repeat that for me? I didn't hear you. I mean, I heard 10, but obviously I don't think that you're 10. How old?
Are you there?
Yes, how old are you?
I'm old enough.
Okay, and why do you support Trump as president?
I'll tell you this. I support Trump because Trump stands for the truth, and he's also actually standing for his people. So I'll tell you that I support Trump because he fights for his people, actually.
Okay, what people does he fight for exactly?
I'll put it simply, actually, to say he fights for America.
You know, he's actually fighting against Americans right now. He is refusing to find a way to keep SNAP benefits running for 41 million Americans. Actively fighting against Americans.
No, I dispute that.
What? I mean, no, he said it himself.
that,
He said it himself. Caroline Levitt said during one of her press conferences that they were not going to allocate emergency funding, and they were also not going to promise to reimburse states following the end of the shutdown for the SNAP benefits.
Okay, to actually, I'll just say a few points actually.
Yeah, actually, before we do, what time is it?
Let me check the time. Can I please put my points forward actually?
After you tell us what time it is.
Please tell you what.
I want to give you an opportunity here, but it's gonna have to. What time is it? Okay. All right, we got to move on. You take care. Let's go to get that next Trump supporter loaded up in here after we thank a couple donors. Thank you guys so much for the love, dude. Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Thank you so much for the love, Kathy. Yo, Net the Goat, can I get a W, Kathy, from you?
Yeah. Yeah, no, fucking bots. Oh.
I don't think this guy knows that he's on.
Yeah, hello. I didn't even notice. I kind of forgot.
How old are you?
18.
Were you born in?
August 4th, 2007.
Okay, can I get a W, Kathy, from you?
W. Kathy?
For the $50 over on PayPal. Appreciate you for that love, Kathy. Kathy with a $50 says, thank you so much for what you do. That is so incredibly kind of you, Kathy. Thank you so much for your kind words. And thank you for the $50. Show some fucking love to Miss Kathy down below in that chat. As well as Marilyn. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Super Chat. Thank you so much, Marilyn. Caitlin, thank you so much for the $10 on PayPal. And Claire, thank you so much for the $5. I'd also like to thank April with the $20 over on Venmo. Appreciate you so much for the love, April. April with the $20 says, I went through the same exact thing at the clinic of having them show me the heartbeat of the fetus in my uterus. I went through the abortion because no way could I have cared for a child. Why can't people support the choice of a woman while at the same time feeling like an abortion would be wrong for them personally? Fucking preach, April. Dead ass. You were on it. Thank you so much for the $20 in the truth nuke there, as well as Oscar. Thank you so much for the $11.11 on Venmo. Oscar, I'm gonna keep my your message to myself, but I bet you could guess why. Show some love to Oscar in that chat, as well as Dylan. Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. Dylan, I'm gonna this is probably gonna be one of my last guests of the night. I'd recommend coming back tomorrow. Abby, thank you for the 5. Ashley, thank you for the 5. Haley with a 2. Lexi with a 1, and Caleb with a 2. Thank you guys so much for the love. I'd also like to thank Caitlin. Thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. Thank you, Caitlin. And Emily, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. And Exquisite Events with a 25. That is Emily spelled, let's see here, Emillee. Emily says, I helped create a pantry project to help feed people. It's a free doc to make food with common food items. If you could shed some light, I'd super appreciate it. Yeah, Emily, feel free to send me a link. I'll take a look at it. Thank you so much for the love. And then, let's see here. We had one more. April. No, we already read April's off. I'm all over the place. You know what? I'm just going to let this guest go. Take it away. Why do you support Trump?
So I actually do not support Trump.
Well,
I hate him. I don't like him. But I have a general question for you, completely off topic, if that's okay with you.
You changed your bio to Trump 2024, God first, just to come up here and be patient while I'm reading off my donors to tell us you don't support Trump?
Yeah, I haven't changed my bio. But I have a general question for you, if that's okay with you, Dean.
It's unfortunately not, because we are just looking to talk to Trump supporters. You have a good one, though. Oh, yeah, here we go. It's Exquisite Events. Thank you so much for the $25. Exquisite Events with the 25 says, keep up the fight. Thank you so much for your kindness, Exquisite Events. You were awesome. Show some love to Exquisite down below for the 25. And Aldo, thank you for the $10 on Venmo, who says, keep illustrating this uneducated MAGA people. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Aldo. What's going on, Soaks? Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Age right now, quite frankly.
I'm 18. I just turned 18 a couple of days ago, October 27th.
Jaslyn, thank you for the $5 over on Venmo. What year were you born in?
2007.
Are you Christian?
I am.
So, this guy in your most recent repost, he likes to scream the N-word. He likes to say that the age of consent should be lowered and that he likes Hitler. Do you think that's Christian?
I just reposted it because it was funny.
Okay.
But can I make a point?
Yeah, I think that you're under the age of 18. But, like, seriously, man, do not grow up in support of Mr. Fuentes. Okay, very, very, very bad man. Very, very bad man. What's up? Do you support Trump, Maya?
Can you hear me?
I can. Are you MAGA?
I am. Okay, so I agree. Trump is terrible for America. However, I support what he's done for like world peace. I think he's one of the best presidents like to ever kind of.
How old
I don't
are
know.
you?
Like I feel compared to Biden, I'm 18.
Okay, and are you an American citizen?
No, but I have big opinions on Trump. I love this man.
Okay. Why do you love him? Hasn't your country like stopped all partial shipments into America because of how much he's been fucking with you guys over there in the UK?
Oh, I live in Israel.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Not the UK. You live in Israel. Okay. Yeah, go ahead. I'll talk to you.
Yeah.
I mean, hey, listen,
Okay,
you're our greatest
so-
ally, right? I'll talk to somebody living in Israel. The single-handed greatest ally, you know, greatest ally ever. No, for sure, 110%. That's what the TV tells me every time I turn it on. That's what the congressmen and women have been really screaming down my throat for the last, I don't know, 50 years. But go ahead, take it away. I'll talk to you. So, why do you support Trump?
Okay, so for one, before there was any talks of a ceasefire agreement, he got American citizens, like dual Israeli American citizens that were hostages back. Our fucking government is a piece of shit and they couldn't even do that. He's also got in a ceasefire, finally, after over 2 years, and all of the hostages have returned, and it's 100% because of Trump. Like, I love this man. He does so much good for our country. On top of that, his assistance in the June war with Iran, like them bombing all the nuclear facilities, I feel like that really helps, like world peace. It's like less of a risk for the entire world.
So you got all the hostages back?
There's I think 13 left, and they're just bodies. All the live ones have returned.
Okay, so then why did Israel just pass legislation to violate international law again to ethnically cleanse the rest of the and annex the rest of the West Bank? If all the hostages are back, what's the argument now?
I don't really know anything about that. I don't think that's true.
Wait, so you pay more attention to what the president of America is doing compared to the Parliament of Israel, and you're in Israel, you're an Israeli citizen, and you don't know what your own government is doing.
Well, the West Bank isn't really in the news as much as Gaza and other Middle Eastern countries.
Yeah, why do you think Israel like cut off like all like the food, water, and trade routes into Gaza again? You know, like all the aid that was going in there to stop like the babies from dying. Well, the Israel cut off the food, water, and trade routes again. Why do they do that? If like
you
all
mean
the
like in
hostages are
recent
returned?
days?
Yeah, like
in
the
recent
ceasefire agreement, it's over. Okay, it's completely over.
Because a soldier was killed.
So a soldier was killed. Therefore, they're going to starve more babies. Why?
It was a terrorist attack by Hamas,
and who's that aid going to?
And they were just protecting the borders agreed upon, like on the yellow line in the ceasefire agreement. Hamas was not supposed to attack the army, you know?
But who is that aid going to? Was it going to terrorists or was it going to innocent men, women, and children?
Well, it's supposed to go to the innocent people. However, Hamas does
So they were
take
stopping
all the
it up.
aid.
Well, remember, Hamas isn't the one that closed the trade route. It was Israel.
Right, but even when there is aid coming into Gaza, it doesn't go to the Gazans. It goes to Hamas.
Oh, okay. So none of it went to the Gazans whatsoever. Okay.
The majority of it
I
has
have a
gone
question.
to.
So, like, how does
Yeah.
like the annexation of the Gaza of Gaza and the annexation of West Bank serve some ultimate purpose of like ridding the Middle East of terrorists? In my mind, it just kind of serves this ultimate purpose of like ethnic cleansing and ethno-state expansionism.
Well, it's not about that. It's about the fact that now the war is like coming to an end.
So
you
do
know,
you just want to take all the
and
land now that everyone's dead? Is that like it?
We're not taking the land though.
Well, actually, you can't deny that. That's exactly what Israel is doing. Yes, no, they passed the legislation to annex. Annex means to take. Annex means to make part of, right? They passed legislation explicitly to annex the rest of the Gaza and the rest of the West Bank. You can't say that they don't want to take that land. Yes, they do. They passed legislation to do it.
So actually, we don't want Gaza. We want someone else to take it off of our hands, but no one wants it because of the state
off of your
that they're
hands?
in. Like the Israeli people.
Oh, okay. So you
Like
think
the
that
Israeli
Gaza
government.
is under the ownership and of the Israeli government? So that's not a separate
Well, I mean,
country of Palestine? No,
it's
it's of the Israeli government?
it's in, because
it's
Israel's
part
the
of
one that
Israel.
provides them with water and electricity and all of that, not during a war. But that's because no one else wants the responsibility of Gaza. And they are like all of their donations and everything, they just use it for terrorism. They don't like support themselves. They don't build water tunnels
Eight days
or
ago, Israel's
electricity
parliament
sources.
advances bill to annex West Bank. So you guys want the West Bank? Let's see here. And then I think the bill to annex Gaza passed last month with a majority vote. So why do you think the Israeli government passed?
That doesn't sound
further the Israeli parliament furthered legislation to annex the West Bank?
Well, for starters, the West Bank, there's only a couple of areas that is Jewish at the moment, and then most of it is Arab cities, and then some of it's I think it's called Land Sea, which is communal. But all of this stuff about how there's
it doesn't really sound like you're answering my question. Do I need to ask it again?
Sure.
Why is the Israeli government pushing for legislation to infringe on international law and then ethnically cleanse and annex the West Bank? Do you support that?
Well, the West Bank is our land. Israel's our land. The thing is,
it's your land.
Okay,
so
listen,
the West
okay.
Bank is yours, Gaza is yours, and so you're going to go ethnically cleanse and and so you 5,000 innocent it's your land,
okay.
And you're going to ethnically cleanse yours, Gaza is yours. You're going to go in 5,000 innocent Palestinian men, women, and children dead already. You're not 5,000 school buildings, wiping out 85% of hospitals. And then after you wipe out the hospitals and the aid workers start to go into those hospitals to help get the people out that were killed or possibly hurt, then dropping another bomb to kill the aid workers, dropping bombs on schools during ceasefires, dropping bombs on aid trucks that innocent Palestinians are going to during ceasefires, or specifically targeting and killing every single remaining Al Jazeera terrorist on the strip, Al Jazeera journalist on the strip, sorry. Sounded Zionist there for a second. I don't think that's just war. I mean, I think that's a little bit more than war, right? And honestly, if something happened on American soil, right, where maybe a group of terrorists were holding hostages or killing people, then the adequate response to this from the American government wouldn't be, just to bomb the city where the terrorists are holding the people hostage. The adequate response would be to send in a SEAL Team 6, specifically target the terrorists while then leaving the innocent individuals alive. But I mean, I really think that it becomes clear that what's going on here in Palestine is not war, not only because of all the facts that I just shared and more, of targeting the food and water supply, killing the journalists, taking out all the schools, the churches, the mosques, the hospitals, killing the 5-year-old girls, hitting the aid trucks, so on and so forth. But also, now that all these people are dead, right, now that all these people have left, now the Israeli parliament is passing legislation to infringe on international law and forcefully annex the West Bank, forcefully annex Gaza in your defense as well. It's your land. What this sounds like to me, right, is Israel went into these occupied areas, occupied by them, that they think are theirs, right? They were confronted with people that know it's not theirs, right? Know it's Palestine. They didn't like that. They killed them and ethnically cleansed them. And now that so many people are dead and so many people have left, they're passing the policy to make it official, right? Considering the West Bank and Gaza a part of Israel, as you just said. That's horrific.
Okay, but we don't just bomb innocent people. If you actually do your research in Gaza.
By the way, I want to use the word Israel doesn't. Okay, even though you're a Zionist, okay, even though you stand with this shit, and I completely disagree with you, God, I just want to use Israel, not you, because you don't have to side with this. You don't, okay? It's not we. It doesn't have, I guess the better statement is it doesn't have to be we. Even though you're an Israeli citizen, even though you live in Israel, it doesn't have to be a we statement. You understand that you could stand against this shit too, okay? You understand that you can condemn ethnic cleansing too, Okay, you understand you could condemn it too, right? It doesn't have to be a we
Right,
statement.
but this is my country. This is the only place where I, as a Jew, am protected and kept safe.
Wait, isn't Netanyahu always talking about how awesome America is?
I don't fuck with Netanyahu, so whatever he says.
Yeah, no, the greatest ally, right?
I like. Okay. Let me backtrack though to talk
Also,
about Gaza.
I don't know. I think it's insane to say that Jewish individuals are only safe in Israel. I mean, like, I have some family that's Jewish. They live here. They're safer than me in my town. Okay, because they're conservative. Like, fuck.
Well, if we go back in history, for thousands and thousands of years, no matter where the Jews are, they're prosecuted and they're killed and they're taken as slaves and murdered just for the fact that they're Jewish, you know? And the reason we have Israel is because 6 million Jews were killed in the Holocaust. So, like, it just shows,
okay, so I don't really think that you're responding to any of my points here, because remember, right, I gave you, like, an intricate description, right, on how it's not just war, how it's ethnic cleansing, right? It's occupation, it's annexation, it's expansionism, evil expansionism, right? And you haven't been able to address nor respond to any of those facts.
Okay, let me go back to talking about Gaza. So in Gaza, if you do your research, you'll find that the IDF has found the hospitals and the schools have been used as like a place for Hamas members to hide. They keep their weapons there, you know, and then they use.
Okay, so the killing of children is negotiable to like kill a terrorist too. Is that what you're saying?
Okay.
I just want to understand your perspective. Is your argument that the killing of children, right, in school, right, is negotiable because maybe there's terrorists hiding behind them?
But the thing is, it's confirmed. It's not like the
so
terrorists
then you're
hide
saying
among Gazan civilians.
the killing of children is negotiable if it's confirmed a terrorist is hiding behind them.
No, I think the children
so then you completely disagree with Israel dropping bombs on schools, even if there's confirmed terrorists hiding in the tunnels under them.
If you look at videos of the IDF, they do precision shots. Like, they're very precise with it. There's been videos of like them waiting because they're like, oh, there's a child there.
Videos of 5-year-old girls burning in flames in school buildings. There's videos of a bomb being precisely, using the word you just did, dropped on 4 UN workers trying to take the human remains out of a hospital that was already hit. There's videos of aid trucks being precisely hit while people are going to them to get food and water. Okay, if you want to talk about precise drops, there you go.
Okay, but also you have to keep in mind that a lot of these people are Hamas members and they try to like
that 5-year-old girl in the video I was just describing. So the 5-year-old girl in the video that I was just describing was a Hamas member?
No, of course a child is not.
So then why do we see that precision drop on the 5-year-old girl in school and her burning in flames?
Okay, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about because I doubt that happened.
You doubt that's happened? What? You doubt the UN? I mean, you doubt your own eyes?
Okay, can I?
I mean, shit. You said that you're in Israel. How many miles are you from Gaza? Walk there and see it for yourself. You won't doubt it anymore.
I'm like a 45-minute drive.
Right? Yeah, make that 45-minute drive. You won't doubt it anymore. Go see it for yourself. Oh, wait, because you can't. The moment you cross into Gaza, all of a sudden, in the eyes of Israel, you're a member of Hamas and they're going to drop a bomb on you, right?
Okay, no, that's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that every single person in Gaza is a member of Hamas. What I am saying, though, is that a lot of, it's a war. Like, sometimes mistakes will happen. A bomb might be dropped accidentally somewhere else, you know? But that's, like, not the point. They do try to be precise with what they...
Did a mistake happen when they killed the Al Jazeera terrorists? You can't argue that that was a mistake because Israel took ownership.
The Al Jazeera terrorist?
Oh, yeah, journalist still. Terrorists just need to kill the journalist.
Yeah.
Kill the journalist, right?
I'm sure that the journalist was killed for a reason, though.
So do you think that, like, they're terrorists because they, like, have, like, killed Israelis and, like, you think that they want Israeli land?
Well, it's not that they want Israeli land. It's the fact that they've been bombing us.
Right. So killing Israelis.
Years.
So killing Israelis, wanting your land. Is that it?
Well, yeah. Okay, but that's not the point.
Those are two conditions? Are those the two conditions?
Okay.
Killing Israelis and wanting their land? No, answer my question. Right? The reason why you call Hamas terrorists, okay? Right? Is
killing
because they
Israelis.
kill Israelis and they want Israeli land. Those are the two
It has
conditions?
nothing to do with the land. It has nothing to do with the land.
Oh, well,
it's
shit.
because
Okay,
they kill Israelis.
well, I mean, Israel's killing Palestinians, and Israel wants Palestinian land. I mean, even you support that, annexing the West Bank and Gaza. Does that mean that the state of Israel's terrorist as well?
No. Okay.
Wait, why?
When
But they
Israel,
fulfill the conditions. They fulfill the conditions that you just set forth.
can I make some points? When Gaza sends missiles at Israel, they don't bomb military infrastructure or something like that. They go straight for like civilian areas, you know? And the only reason there hasn't been as many casualties in Israel as there has been in Gaza is because Israel actually cares about their citizens and uses their money to build bomb shelters and to protect them. Whereas in Gaza, they use their money to build rockets and they take like pipes donated to them for water tunnels and stuff like that to build rockets to bomb Israel.
So they're
instead of
terrorists.
protecting
So
their
they're terrorists
civilians.
because they're bombing civilian areas.
Yeah.
Okay, give me a second.
And it's not, they're not like, they're going for schools and stuff like that. Protecting
So
their
they're
protecting
so
their
they're terrorists
civilians.
because they're a part.
Israel also tells they're not like they're it's not like they're
So this
it's not like they're
so this is
trying
an apartment complex in Gaza.
Israel also tells civilians to evacuate before though. We get no warning. We get a warning from our government.
5,000 dead. 5,000 accidents. So if the warning
People
of
war, and the people and they don't Hamas is supposed to be
Wait, I have a question. Moving on to the next guest.
Yeah.
Moving on. Patsy. 75,000 accidents. Ugh, just disgusting. I'm sorry, I'm just still thinking about that. Patsy with the $25 says your voice is appreciated. Keep doing the good work and educating those that are clueless. Keep spreading your words. I appreciate you for that love, Patsy. Thank you so much for the $25. You are awesome. Show some love to Patsy down below in that chat. And then Giovanna, thank you for the 3. Brianna with the 2. And John with the 5. You are awesome. Thank you guys so much. Yo, I'm texting Parker. Parker's going live. And I'm going to send y'all in a raid over to him here shortly. Because I need to get off. Because guess what? Quite frankly, I'm going to Boulder for Halloween weekend. And it's going to be so much fun. Oh, did I say $25,000? I meant to say $25. My bad. My bad. $25 for Patsy. Sorry if I said 25,000. My bad. My bad. Dude, imagine that's just the way I reacted. Hey, Patsy, thanks for the $25,000. Anyways, guys, I'm going to Boulder. Dude, okay. All right. No. All right. Listen, I'm not Aiden Ross. Okay. I'm not XQC. I'm not Sketch. I'm not Speed. All right. Okay. All right. Anyways. Yeah. So I'm going to be going down to Boulder for a couple days, but I've spent quite a pretty penny in the last week on building an on-the-go streaming setup. Hopefully it will work. I don't know for sure that it will. Maybe the internet connection just won't cut it, but I'm hoping that it will work, and I'm going to try hard to make it work. Okay? And if I can make it work, then we are going to have the same streams and the same quality, by the way. I made sure of that. I spent a bit of money making sure that the streams will have the same quality. All right? Got a new lens for the camera, on-the-go lighting setup and everything. Right? At the same time for the same amount of time, every single day. All right. So I'm looking forward to that. Much so. Taylor, thank you so much for the $20 over on PayPal. Taylor says, you become a part of my routine and I listen to you every day after work while walking my dog. She enjoys the stream as well. Please don't stop doing what you're doing, man. You're changing minds day by day. I appreciate you for that love, Taylor. You are awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, man. I see a lot of commentary on the internet, including from some people on the left saying that I'm a performative grifter and none of this matters and it's completely irrelevant and it's not changing minds. Just know that that's false. All right, that's just simply not true. We change so many minds here. It is great. It is so great. I don't know though. There's certain factions on the left that really don't like me. Yesterday, some person on the left, was saying that I need to get annihilated. And posting a picture with like a meme with a gun saying, he needs to go. Right. So, geez, that's pretty insane. But I think they're the outliers. At least I hope, you know what I mean? I hope they're the outliers. I don't know. I feel like all you need to do, is watch the stream for like an hour, and you'll just be able to tell that, like, this isn't a fucking performance. This isn't a grift, and we're actually trying to get work done here, and we actually do get work done here. Anyways, I'm gonna go to an end for the night. I think that Parker is on. Let me go ahead and make sure. He is. All right, if you are still in the mood for some debates, head over to @ParkerGetAJob on TikTok, @ParkerGetAJob over on YouTube. Love you guys. Love you so much, and I will see you tomorrow. The live tomorrow will either be in the morning from this studio or like in Boulder from some like cool hotel. I guess we'll just have to wait and see. Bye, guys. Much love.